Good evening. I'd like to call the Winterville Town Council meeting to order. Today is Monday, June the 8th. Time now is 6 o'clock. Invocation tonight will be given by Pastor Benny Williams with the Armor of God Christian Church. Pastor Williams, if you'll step to the podium. And after the invocation, we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us look to the Lord in prayer. Father, in Jesus' name, here we are tonight, Lord, in your midst. God, you told you in your word, God, that come now, let us reason together. So here we are tonight, God, in this big town called Winterville, coming together, Lord, to expound, coming together, Lord, to exemplify. And God, according to your word, God, you said if we ask anything in your name, God, you said you would do it. So tonight, God, we ask you, Lord, let the spirit of joy, let the spirit of peace, Lord God, let unity, God, dwell in this place. God, you know what you're doing. God, you know the purpose. Lord God, it's for the betterment, God, of the people. And God, we're going to give you all the glory tonight. We're going to give you praise. We thank you for our officials. We thank you for our mayor, our managers, and all our council people. And now, God, we thank you, Lord, that we have come together tonight for the betterment, God, of our community. And God, we'll give you all the praise. We'll give you all the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And place the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to our town hall meeting tonight. We have rep meeting in the audience tonight, and hopefully we have rep meeting watching us tonight. Again, my name is Ricky Hines. I'm the mayor. And next up, Evan, are y'all ready for the roll call? Get your clickers. We have a quorum. Thank you. Next up is the approval of the agenda. Turn it over to Anthony if you want to speak on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight we have before you, there are no items at this time to be amended or adjusted as far as I'm aware. And the agenda as presented stands ready for approval if so desired by council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson, Mayor Pro Tem Robinson. Any discussion?
Mayor, I do have a question. It may be able to be addressed when we get to it. Under consent agenda number 1, amended approval of, number 2, budget amendment, 2025, 26, and 27. I need clarity, or do I wait until that point?
You can pull it up. She can pull it. You can pull it out then, okay? You can pull it out.
Explain to me what you mean by pull it out.
You can ask to have it removed off the consent agenda. It could be discussed after the consent agenda. Or if you just had a question, if it could be answered right now, I guess we can do it either way.
I guess I do have a question about it, but if it's going to be lengthy, I will wait until we get to the consent agenda and then address it then. But I wanted to point that out prior to us approving the agenda.
Okay. All right. Ready? All right, so we're ready for the vote. If you get your clickers. Agenda approved. Next up is a proclamation. Parks and Rec will be read by Evan Johnson.
I am not Don Harvey, so please forgive me. All right, designation of July is Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Winterville, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable to infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our Parks and Recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Winterville recognizes the benefits derived from Parks and Recreation resources. Now therefore be it resolved by the Winterville Town Council that July is recognized as part of Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Winterville. In witness whereof, I, Richard E. Hines, Mayor, do set my hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed this 8th day of June, 2026.
Thank you, Evan.
Yes, sir.
Next up, we have presentations, and the presentations, the first one up is Noble Canal and Railroad Street Stormwater Project, an update. The Wooten Company, Will Lawson and Justin Bright. Anthony, come up and introduce.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we have before you a presentation on the Noble Canal and Railroad Street Stormwater Project. As you may know, this has been a project that's been going on for many years, and we'll start with tonight we have Will Luton, excuse me, Will Larson with the Wooten Company, as well as Justin Bright. So I got a little bit ahead of myself there, but he's probably been called worse. But with that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Larson, and then he'll go over the phases of the project and the tentative schedule that's been laid out for this.
Good evening, Mayor Hines, members of the council, Ms. Parker. It is always a good opportunity to get in front of the town council here in Winterville, and we appreciate the opportunity to once again partner with the town on one of your critical infrastructure projects. Tonight, as Mr. Bowers mentioned, we offer a brief update on the status of the Noble Canal and Railroad Street Stormwater Project. I have just a couple minutes of comments prepared, and then certainly we'll be glad to entertain any questions from council. As Mr. Bowers mentioned, this project has been going on for quite some time. Noble Canal has been a historical stormwater issue for the greater downtown of the town of Winterville. Nuisance flooding has often occurred after acute precipitation events, tropical events. Not only does this present environmental concerns, it presents public health concerns. The town has undergone several different studies, including the 2017 study by CEPI and ARC Consulting. The Wooten Company also conducted a hydraulic study in the latter part of 2023. All of these study efforts have led to where we stand today, in which we have presented construction recommendations and are working on construction plans, specifications, and deliverables for the town to act upon. During those studies, it was well documented that there were several different issues that were present in the Noble Canal watershed. Without getting into too much detail, the Noble Canal watershed carries approximately 240 to 250 acres of watershed predominantly centered in downtown Winterville. This extends eastward, and everything comes from the east, heads towards Railroad Street, funnels through the open channel, which is Noble Canal, and then continues westward towards Highway 11. As documented in those studies, some of the items that were noticed, the existing infrastructure, many of the sections were set at what is called a reverse grade. Water always tries to flow downhill, and when a pipe is set at reverse grade, it is literally trying to flow uphill. It normally doesn't work well. In many cases, there were pipes that were undersized. Some of the open channel geometry, so the physical shape of the Noble Canal ditch, did not promote effective flow, and particularly flow with the capacity that is needed for such a large watershed. As we move into some of the current activities, as you'll notice in your council packet, we have just a couple exhibits to draw your attention to. The first of which is a project overview in which we have delineated this project into two distinct phases. So this project is largely centered around improvements to both the open channel portion, so this is the open ditch, which is Noble Canal, and then moving upstream towards what we refer to as a closed system, or the below-grade conduits that convey the stormwater. A little bit difficult to see on the screen in front of you, but in the phase 1 area, so these are the two areas on the left side of your page, this is what we anticipate presenting for construction first. Like many utility projects, you have to start downhill and work your way back up to have a continuous flow in a continuous project. Yes, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Will, do we have a pointer so you can show the?
Yes, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
so we can see exactly where.
Okay. So right in this area here on the left side of the screen, this section right here is what we refer to as the open channel. So that is the open ditch that is visible behind the church and to the left of, or the west side of Mill Street. This section right here is Tyson Street. So between Tyson Street and the open ditch of Noble Canal, these will constitute phase 1. All of these in purple on the right-hand side of your page are what we're constituting as phase 2 of the project. I'll get into the distinction between the phases here momentarily, but the construction items that we are designing, we are presenting to the town, starting with the open channel portion of Noble Canal. Our intent is to keep the canal in its current location with minimal disruption to the environmental and the residential features on either side of it. The channel is a blue line stream, therefore it is under protected permitting. Our design and our intent is to change the shape of that canal in order to convey a greater amount of stormwater flow. Again, the canal will stay in its current location. Simply the geometry of that cross-section will be changed. The project at that point will start moving towards the closed system, which is Tyson Street and Railroad Street. This is where the project becomes much more involved, much more complex. At this portion, once we enter the east side of Mill Street, we start having different utility conflicts. We have residential conflicts because we're getting into the residential portion of the town. And then certainly as we move into Railroad Street, this interjects a lot of different community impacts, particularly with the railroad, with the school, and with the residential citizens in that corridor. Under the 2023 memo that was presented to the town, we evaluated several different options that the town could review, and ultimately it was selected to put in a new dedicated storm line along Tyson Street. Currently, there is an existing utility easement behind the residences on the south side of Tyson that has a 72-inch pipe that conveys 170 acres of the Noble Canal watershed. Our recommendation and the alternate we're proceeding with is to take a small portion and disconnect it from that flow and put it through a new stormwater pipe under Tyson Street. If we go to the second page in your packet, this is a highlight specifically on the Tyson Street corridor. There's a lot going on this page, but this is a good example of some of the complex nature of the design, where we have existing gravity sewer, we have existing water, the proposed stormwater, we have gas, we have electric, not to mention all the different residential driveways, the curb and gutters, and everything that is currently existing along the Tyson Street corridor. The scope of this project has grown slightly since its initial conception. In working with town staff and working with the pedestrian task force, we have added 2 distinct phases and 2 distinct items to the overall scope of the Noble Canal project. Specifically here along Tyson Street, it has been documented through different studies and different evaluations of the town's water system that the feed that the town's water comes through from GUC along Mill Street goes from a 12-inch down to a 2-inch along Tyson, and then back up to a 12-inch to get to your elevated tank. Because of the alignment of the Tyson Street work, it has been determined, and we are moving forward with replacing the water line along Tyson Street, upsizing this to a 12-inch. This will minimize impacts for the residents for future projects. This will improve the water flow for the town residents. And we can go through this because of permitting. We can do all of this at one time. The second portion that was added to the project has been the desire to work with the task force for pedestrian safety. Because a large portion of this project falls within the CSX right-of-way, and because of the extensive permitting that is required when you're in the CSX right-of-way, the town has asked, and we are including 3 distinct pedestrian crossings along the Railroad Street corridor. This will be Main Street, Depot Street, and directly in front of the elementary school. So as we are approaching CSX, working with the permitting process, we are including those 3 pedestrian crossing locations such that the town will not have to go back and do a dedicated permit processing, pay separate inspection fees, and it will provide a much more cohesive overall project and end result for the town. Not wanting to advance, but the next, oh, okay. I got you, okay. Evan's telling me it was uploaded as a separate PDF, but in your council packet, we did provide a sample schedule for the council to consider. There we go, thank you. This is really just for council's reference, just to give a gauge of where we are in the overall project. At present, we have 90% plans that have been presented to town staff for review. We have included continual feedback and conversation, both with Mr. Bowers and Mr. McGuffin, in order to get distinct town input, town perspective, and get buy-in throughout the entire design process. We are in the process now working, again, specifically with town staff to acquire the needed documents so that we can submit for permits. At that point, I previously alluded to, we have broken this project into 2 distinct phases. You'll see that at the lower portion of that schedule. As mentioned, one of the big drivers of this project is impacts and potential impacts directly in front of the school there along Railroad Street. Our attempt and our effort is to align the construction window so that the impacts will be minimized. We can accomplish the construction and replacement of the stormwater lines there along Railroad Street outside of typical school schedule, essentially during summer months. In order to do that, we have broken down the permitting efforts and the construction phasing into 2 distinct phase 1 versus phase 2. This allows us to mobilize a future contractor for phase 1 activities, and we can keep milestone events associated with school impacts dedicated under phase 2. This also aligns, again, with CSX permitting and other environmental permits associated with the open portion of Noble Canal. At this point, I told you I'd keep it brief. I'll be glad to answer any questions that council may have. Either construction timeline, construction practices, overall design, anything that you may have questions on.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Lawson? I have one to start with. On Tyson Street, where is the cross line? Is it on your map here that you say you come under Tyson?
Yes, sir. So we will actually be going from Mill Street along Tyson all the way to Railroad Street.
Okay. I thought you was going under Tyson.
The stormwater line will be installed under Tyson.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But it will be running up the full length of Tyson Street.
I was thinking it was come on one side, but I don't know.
Yeah, so it's a little bit difficult to see here. It may be better in your council packet. The north side of Tyson, Tyson Street here is where the 36-inch stormwater line will be installed. Essentially the westbound lane of Tyson, if you will. The proposed 12-inch water line will be on the south side of Tyson.
Okay, all right.
This is an area that is recognized for potential citizen impact. We are certainly aware there are many residences that their only access to their dwelling is from a driveway along Tyson. As we are entering into the construction phase, this is the opportunity where we will be working with whomever the contractor that wins the project. We will be working with them hand in hand, one, to promote communication with those citizens, making sure that accessibility is maintained to the greatest extent possible throughout construction, and making sure that any construction activities are done in the most efficient means possible. Certainly, we as the wind company, you as town council, and I'm sure the contractor that will win the project do not want to be a nuisance any more than they have to those citizens. The nature of utility work, it can be obstructive, but through different construction practices, doing one utility, then following with second utility, using steel plates to bridge any type of open channels, it will allow for the greatest extent possible for accessibility for those citizens during that time.
Thank you. Anyone?
Of course, I got questions, because, yeah, I lived on Tyson, and I was there when the other line was put in, the line down the street, and the line, of course, my family's still there. Why is it that it has to go down the street, not in the back?
For Tyson?
I mean, because the line that's there connects to the Nobel Canal.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an advantage to it going down the street instead of the backyard of those folks on Tyson?
Yes, ma'am. So that was part of the 2023 memo that we looked at, specifically looking at one of those, or excuse me, both of those options. We looked at keeping the stormwater flow through the existing stormwater pipe that you're referencing. And then the second was to break out a section of that and put it directly into Tyson Street. So part of the advantages of separating the watershed is it decreases the overall capacity and burden on that existing stormwater pipe that is already partially compromised with capacity, its current condition, but then also with the opportunity to replace the water line as well. This way we can go through and do one project that encapsulates both improvements at one time instead of staggering. So one project and then follow up with a separate project later on.
I am concerned at how it will disrupt the life of those, especially those, it's all senior citizens on that street.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what the majority of people are there. And you're talking about access to doctors, access to the grocery store, and things like that that may be disrupted by that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that the small line, the line that you're talking about, and you know, I'm talking about is the one that goes to the back of those houses rather than the front of them. And this project here would be their front yard.
Yes, and that is another challenge for Tyson Street. Because of the proximity of each of those houses to the edge of pavement, we do not have the adequate working space to go behind the pavement or behind the curbing. Many projects, that is the preferred alignment, so that for future maintenance, for constructability, that we are not putting things under pavement. We're putting them in the shoulder of the road.
So actually, you'll be almost to some of the residents' steps.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And like I said, that is a distinct challenge for that block. There are many houses that they're only a couple feet, 5 to 10 feet from the back of curb to the front of their structures. And so unfortunately for this project, we don't have the working room to put the utilities in such a small corridor. If we did, it would present different risk and potential impacts to the structure itself, just from the construction equipment, from vibrations, things of that nature. By putting it inside of the streets, it's a much more controlled and predictable construction project.
When you say inside the street, you're talking about the right-of-way.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not talking about tearing up the pavement.
No, it will be under pavement. Yes, it will go
But
under,
that
under the
alarms me
asphalt.
even more, because I know a lot of those houses are very close to the street, probably are in the right-of-way. That, I really would like to see it so that it would be through the backyard rather than front yard, that area. Because the way it's designed, it does not give any easement to those residents right there on Tyson, on that side, especially on, on the side, either side, because all the houses sit like that. Not a lot of houses, but all the houses are senior citizens. I'm thinking about their accessibility to the doctor and to the grocery store and to other things will be disrupted by this project going that way.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know it's needed in the area. I realize the need, because, we see the flooding that goes on during a heavy rain.
Yeah,
Those are my concerns.
yes, ma'am, and appreciated and recognized, as I mentioned, that is certainly a corridor that is going to be very tight. There are a lot of different utilities that are present, and it will be hopefully a minor scheduling nuisance. The contractor, it will be dictated that accessibility will be maintained, that communication will be provided both to town staff and any type of directly impacted resident. Part of the construction process will be not only preset and continual meetings, but updated construction schedules and things of that nature, so that to the greatest extent possible, notification can be made to any citizens along that corridor.
I have a few questions. First, with regards to the project, were you all able to present a final model of how this will look on Tyson Street after the entire project? How will that look? We know how it's going to look midst the project, not constructively, not looking well. Seniors are going to have to navigate in and throughout. And as Mayor Pro Tem Robertson says, seniors on medications, prospectively breathing machines, and so forth and so on. So I just would like to know what was presented to show us a final project. How will that look? We know you're doing work underground, but how will that look? Because of course, then there will be a cycle for resurfacing and things of that nature. How, as a council, are we able to see what the finished project would look like?
Yes, ma'am, good question. So the plan sheet that you have in front of you is part of a much larger set of plans. This represents a 90% document. So we are at the stage where we're acquiring permits, but this does represent what is considered a final design or a final level of design. So amongst the remaining plan set, again, much larger than these 2 pages, represent project details and project information addressing the point that you're asking.
Right.
The final product after the completion of phase 1 of this project will be essentially a new road from curb to curb. During construction, a new 36-inch storm line will be put in there on the north side of Tyson. It will extend from Railroad Street, working westward towards Mill. On the south side of Tyson will be a brand-new 12-inch water line. There is an existing sanitary sewer line that runs in the center of the street. That is not being touched through this project. Because this is such an extensive corridor of disturbance, again, essentially from curb to curb across the full width, the finished product will not only have those 2 new utilities under the pavement, but the road will be reconstructed and repaved from curb to curb. To Mayor Pro Tem's point of selecting Tyson Street versus other alternatives, this does provide the town the opportunity to get both of these utilities addressed at one time, as opposed to addressing one and then at a later date having to remobilize, redisturb, and tear up new asphalt and new curbing. This way we can do everything at one time and walk away from the project with a finished road, again, from curb to curb.
And it might be said, why didn't you discover this earlier? All the while that we've been discussing this project, I assumed that it would be the pipes behind the houses, you know, on Tyson Street that lead into the Nobel Canal. I had no idea that would be, you know, a project that would go down the street or in the right-of-way. I assumed that we were going to go with this, with what we had, you know, so that is why I just realized that.
Yes, ma'am, and part of the technical analysis that led up to the decision of that, we did run stormwater models of the existing infrastructure, so taking the existing pipes, taking the downstream conditions, and we ran predictive storms through that model. The model showed that by separating a portion of the Noble Canal watershed as currently designed, so we're taking the Railroad Street portion out of the rest of the watershed, it does alleviate the bottlenecks and some of the capacity with that existing line behind those structures. So this will, in essence, free up a small amount of capacity for some of the remainder of that watershed by breaking it in 2.
About how long will the project take on Tyson? You know, estimate?
Let's see, phase 1. Phase 1, as I mentioned, would include both the open channel portions of the open ditch to the west side of Mill Street as well as the Tyson Street. We are predicting around 100 days for that work.
Can I finish
Yes, ma'am.
asking my questions?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was one of my questions, and I know that you said that when you do the project and it's in front of W.H. Robinson, or it will affect students and parents going in, you said you would do it summer months. And so you just shared that the project will be estimated at around 100 days, am I correct?
For phase 1.
For phase 1?
Yes, ma'am.
100 days. So summer months are about, I don't know, 2 months, about 60 days, 50 to 60 days, give or take. So this project will, I guess, phase 1 and then phase 2 will be the next summer? How does that look? I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
So when walking away, if constituents, residents have questions about the project, I will be equipped to answer them.
Yes, ma'am, certainly. As mentioned, part of the rationale for breaking this into two different phases is so that we can establish two sets of milestone dates. Because stormwater, just like gravity sewer, is predicated on water flowing downhill, the downstream portion of the work has to be completed before you can then move uphill. So phase one has to be completed and underway before we can start moving into the W.H. Robinson portion of the project. To that point, by separating this into two distinct phases with dedicated milestone events, we can, to the best of our ability, separate those impacts and control the window for which the construction activities occur. We know that both morning and afternoon drop-offs and pickups occur along Railroad Street, concentrated in front of W.H. Robinson. Those pickups do not quite extend all the way down to Tyson Street. And so phase two work on our schedule would start before the end of the school year officially lets out. But the work product itself would be concentrated away from the school, such that by the time that school releases for summer, the hope would be that construction would then start moving progressively uphill towards the W.H. Robinson specific portion of Railroad Street.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I was going to ask you what the time frame was, but that was built into the other question. How would this affect water pressure, the quality of water, and how long, would it happen if a water pressure is affected? If there's some disruption, because we know when we're doing pipes, whether it be water lines, sewer lines, it's going to disrupt water. How long would this take place? Will it take place for the duration? And or if the quality of water is affected, how will we be providing our residents on that street secondary methods for water?
Yes, ma'am, valid concerns. The final deliverable of this project will improve the water flow specifically there on the western portion of the town. As mentioned, currently the town has a 12-inch water line that has a connection with GUC. It runs down Mill Street. At that point, it goes from 12 inches down to 2 along Tyson Street and then increases back to a 12-inch before going to your elevated storage tank. The result of this project will replace the 2-inch line and replace it with a 12-inch line. And so the transmission of water and the water pressure will greatly increase and improve because we're now putting in a more appropriately sized pipe into that corridor. To your point about water quality and impacts to citizens, so during the construction process, it is dictated that water must remain active and available for any existing customer. Typically within a water replacement project, the existing water line is kept active throughout the installation of the new water line. That way, any existing customers remain active and they remain available to the water system. After the new line has been constructed, tested, as well as disinfected, at that point, then those customers will be transferred from the old line to the new line. There is a very minor disturbance or disruption to service when they have to physically remove the service line and connect it to the new line. Generally, that is a couple-hour disruption, and back to that project schedule and communication. All of those activities are aligned ahead of time. Customers are notified, you will be out of water from this period to this period. Generally, that is an hour to 2 hours for a typical project.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Will, just for clarification purposes, the line behind the houses that we're talking about, stormwater line,
Yes, ma'am.
remains and will be in operation regardless?
Correct.
The
It will
whole
remain.
premise is to split the flow.
Correct. It will remain active in its current state, and at the conclusion of this project, we'll have a smaller quantity of stormwater flowing through it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that the flow, it runs what, from west to east?
The stormwater flow
Yes.
from east to west, it goes,
west.
it drains towards Highway 11. Yes, sir.
Anybody, y'all, understand? I don't have any more questions.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Have future growth projections been incorporated into this design?
For the stormwater portion?
Yes.
So the line does accommodate, as I mentioned, predictive storm events. So
Right.
so a 10-year storm, a 25-year storm. So those are set by NOAA. Those are based on regional historical trends. Those were used to predict the flow. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. All
right.
We appreciate it. Looking forward to this project getting done. This has been an ongoing project, so we're looking forward to it coming.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next up is Anthony with the Neighborhood Bike Program, Assistant Town Manager, Bowers.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so tonight we have before you something a little bit lighthearted. Dr. Kat Dell with our Safe Routes to School, she's our Safe Routes to School coordinator, and she works on our Vision Zero Task Force, has been working to build a neighborhood bikeway. And so she developed a pilot program, so tonight we have just a brief presentation to walk you through that program and give you a little bit about how this came about. Unfortunately, she is not able to attend tonight. She has already had other arrangements for this evening. This item has been an item of desire for people in the area for a long time. Mr. John Reelford had presented some information to our Recreation Department. He spoke with Ms. Diane White, our Recreation Director, who then worked with Kat Dell to develop a new route. Wanted to look at, we'll get to the route in just a second, but that's how it came about. So next, the pilot project has several goals. The first is to help residents identify safe bike routes in town and to town destinations, identify locations for infrastructure improvements, and engage community members in the in-progress bicycle pedestrian plan, foster a culture of active mobility through the community with items like bike parties, and then identify this style of low-cost roadway activity, and it can encourage more biking trips. So here's the route. It's a 4.2-mile route. It covers the core part of town. It passes 2 schools, 3 parks, public service facilities, downtown businesses, and it's a bi-directional route, so you can kind of get on it and go either way, just depending on where you're wanting to go. And then it leverages the use of Jones Street, the bike lanes on Jones Street, and accesses to Hillcrest Park and Neighborhood Connector. You can see here in images here, there shared bike lanes have been located throughout the town along the route, along the corridor. These are temporary markings. They were put down and expected to last 3 to 5 months. Obviously, that'll depend on traffic volume, but they are not permanent, as this is a test study to see what kind of activity and what kind of participation we have throughout town with this event. So you'll see that we have QR codes and marking signs in various locations throughout town, and you'll find those available along the route, along the corridor. Along with the route, Dr. Dell has developed a series of events. One was held on May 23rd. We'll have another one on June 27th, and then a final one on July 25th. And so most of those have ice cream involved, which is always pretty exciting for the kids. At the end, you'll see, feedback that will be collected through an online form linked to route signage. As we mentioned earlier, there's a QR code on the signs, and you can simply scan the QR code and enter your information into the survey. So essentially, the project timeline and cost, they've already installed it. It's been working on it for a while. She worked with the recreation department and some of their interns. From May, basically, through August is the process, is the expected time frame, and then we'll do evaluation at the end of August. So our Safe Routes to School grant paid for this, and as you can see, we had costs in the amount of $2,112.87, and that was funded with the grant. And so the next event will be June 27th with the Ice Cream Social, and then again on July 25th. So just wanted to give you a little update on some of the work that she's been doing, and why you see some of the markings on the streets in town. We looked at some different options, some for the east side, on the east side of Old Tar Road. We looked some, obviously, the core part of town, and then we looked at items on the west side, and we determined as a group that the core part of town would be the best place to start as a test pilot to see how it was used in citizen involvement. And so we'll look to bring the information back to you once the pilot program concludes, and we'll be glad to share any information that we gather from the surveys and citizen response. But just want to share that presentation with you briefly, and hope y'all can get out and use it possible.
Thank you, Anthony. I also would like to recognize Safe Routes to School member Luther Hemme is with us tonight. He's on our Safe Routes to School task force. And I also like to recognize Mr. Johnny Fleming, who's, I think he's out here. Mr. Fleming helps Kat with the programs on Saturday morning, teaching kids how to ride and how to ride correct way, how to do it the safe way. And we appreciate you volunteering and helping out Mr. Fleming as well. Thank you.
Mayor, before Stephen gets started, I just wanted to thank Anthony, Dr. Dale, and staff who has put this together, and I think it'll be a great pilot program and hopefully something we can do for the long term.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank you for the presentation, a great presentation. But I'd like to say also that even though we do have those designs on the street, it's nothing like a bike lane that you can say that this is where you need to ride. Even though we have design, we still will have to be very safe out there, even though you see those bicycle emblems on the road, on the street. Please be safe. You have to be safe also with the lane, but more so without no bicycle lane.
And I would like to add to that, Councilman Moy. I think it's an amazing program. It's going to increase exercise. It's going to increase navigation and learning about the different areas in the community. I just would like to learn a little bit more in terms of the 3 events when they take place. Is there going to be like instructions and guidance in terms of like safety? There may be some youth that come and appear and they may not have helmets, or they may not have a bike and they may want to follow. And I know we cannot predict who will show up, but I just wanted to bring that thought forward in being proactive in how we address those types of things in terms of safety and in terms of availability for anyone who would like to participate?
Sure,
I can answer that as well. We've had, Councilwoman Hawkins, we have several events already, and if a youth or anyone comes out, we do provide them with a helmet. We give them helmets, because that fund actually provides helmet for them. And if they don't have a bike when they come out, we fit them with a bike. That's sort of what the thing what Mr. Fleming helps with, because I was out there one Saturday, and some kids showed up that didn't know how to actually ride a bike, and they put them on a bike with no pedals, you know, because what they try and do is teach them how to get their balance. And so they go through like an obstacle course to teach them how to ride and how to do it correct way. But there is, if a child do not have a bike, there's bikes out there that's provided for them to learn, but they do leave with a helmet. Even if they, you know, they got a bike at home, they will leave with a helmet. We provide them helmets.
Yeah, that has been one of the great parts of the grant, that has allowed us to provide helmets to children. And we also had a giveaway at the festivals and tabling events throughout the year. I will say, anytime Dr. Dell is involved, she is an advocate for educating the children and their families on safe protocol and procedures, and that is her ultimate goal. And the Vision Zero Task Force as a whole is reducing accidents. And so, to your point, she's going to take every opportunity. Any staff member that's there is going to. I mean, I've fit children with their helmets, you know, at several events, and so making sure that those things are available to them, and the ice cream typically brings kids out too. So.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, I appreciate that information, Mayor Hines, in terms of how our children here in Winterville are learning or just proceeding on how to ride the bikes and navigate. So, but I am still looking forward to whenever they gather, the various routes and the safety, and we're going to go here and there, and making sure parents are aware that their youth are coming out. Just those different intricacies. In terms of the helmets, you know, that's great, and that they are having helmets, but I want to be proactive and an advocate for those who walk away without a bike. With a helmet. And so I will like to provide a bicycle for any child that comes out and does not have a bike. A bicycle, one, I'm an educator, I don't have a whole lot of money, but I would like to do that so that they can, and then ultimately, hopefully we all can have I guess, an amount of bicycles for children, because we don't want to see one with a bicycle and one without anything. We want to promote this equitably as much as we can within our means. So I just wanted to add
Yes,
that.
ma'am. We have several bikes, and what the mayor was referring to is what they call a strider bike, where they don't actually have to pedal, but they can use their feet to kind of, but it gives them an elevated view, and everything else on the strider is just like a bike except for out the pedal. However, these aren't bikes that they can take home with them. And so they kind of come to us and they learn and they get educated, and then hopefully they'll come back to the next one, and maybe through our various programs they can obtain a bike. But the ones we have, the town has, that we've obtained through the grant are all basically loaners. We use them for the event and then bring them back. So.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Anthony. Next up is our public hearing, and I call Stephen Penn, Planning Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. We have a few public hearings today. The first one we're going to look at is Ainge Plaza Lot 19 annexation. Ainge Plaza Lot 19 is located off of Beacon Drive. So this is Beacon Drive going right here, and this is Vernon White going right here. So it's near the intersection of Beacon Drive and Vernon White. The applicant is the owner, Collis Moore Jr. Again, this is off of Beacon Drive. It's a 3.317 acre property that's zoned general business. Notification was provided to the applicants or to the adjoining property owners and to the Daily Reflector. This is a boundary of the property that is in subject for the annexation. Staff does recommend approval of the annexation and for it to become effective June 30th, 2026. Are there any questions prior to the public hearing?
Anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
If not, I will now open the public hearing on the annexation of Ames Plaza, lot number 19. If you would like to speak against the annexation, you can step to the podium. If you would like to speak against it. If you'd like to speak against it, you can step to the podium. Okay. If you would like to speak in favor of Ames Plaza Lot 19 annexation, you can step to the podium. If you would like to speak in favor of Ames Plaza Lot number 19 annexation, you can step to the podium. With that being said, no one's come forward. I will now close the public hearing on Ames Plaza Lot number 19 annexation. And what would be the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of annexation for Ames Plaza, lot number 19.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Smith to accept the annexation of Ames Plaza lot number 19 annexation. Any discussion? If none, please use your clicker. Motion carry. All right. Next up, Stephen.
Next up is town-owned property off of Jeanette Street and Milton Drive. As you see on the image on the aerial right here, so yeah, terminating on Milton Drive and Jeanette Street at Wellington Heights is this 10-acre piece of property that the town owns. It's just north of Robinson Heights. Just to give you a little bit of understanding where we're discussing, this right here is Worthington Street. This is Railroad Street, and this is Vernon White right here. So we're discussing this piece of property. Town of Winterville is the applicant here. Again, this is at the termination of Jeanette Street and Milton Drive, adjacent to Wellington Heights and adjacent to Robinson Heights as well. The 10-acre piece of property is zoned agricultural residential. Notice was provided to adjoining applicants and to the Daily Reflector. This is just showing the boundary survey of the subject annexation. Staff does recommend approval effective June 30th, 2026. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Okay. If no questions, I'll open the public hearing for the annexation of Jeanette Street, parcel number 89-181. If anyone would like to speak against the annexation, please step to the podium. If anyone would like to speak against it, please step to the podium. If you'd like to speak in favor of the annexation, please step to the podium. If you'd like to speak in favor of it, please step to the podium. With none stepping forward, I now close the public hearing on Jeanette Street annexation. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the annexation of the town-owned property at Jeanette Street.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell to accept the annexation of Jeanette Street, partial 89-181. Any discussion? If none, please use your clicker. Motion carried. Accept.
Next, we have town-owned property on Church Street Extension. So if you look at the screen right here, you can see just north of the site is the Operations Center. Operations Center is just north of the site. This is Church Street Extension right here. On the opposite side is Mill Street. This is a 10-acre or 10.96 acre site that's zoned general business owned by the town of Winterville, again on Church Street Extension just south of the Winterville Operations Center. Mailed notice was provided to adjoining property owners and to the Daily Reflector. If you look on the screen, this is just a boundary of the subject property and annexation that we're discussing. Staff does recommend approval and for the annexation to become effective June 30th, 2026. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Okay, with no questions, I open the public hearing on the annexation of Church Street Extension, partial number 92-244. If anyone would like to speak against this, please step to the podium. Anyone would like to speak against it, please step to the podium. If anyone would like to speak in favor of it, please step to the podium. If anyone would like to speak in favor, please step to the podium. If not, I would now close the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the town-owned property annexation of Church Street Extension, parcel number 92244.
I second.
And a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell, second by Councilman Johnny Moy. Any discussion? If done, please use your clicker. Thank you. Stephen?
I'll clean that up later. Okay, next I've got the town-owned property on Lori Ellis Road. If you look on the screen right here, there's a piece of property just opposite of Brookfield subdivision. This is Lori Ellis Road going east to west here. North to south here is Old Tar Road. And if you look right here, this piece of property is part of the Southbrook subdivision. And if you keep going a little bit more, you see the Mellon Down subdivision, just to give you a little bit of reference where we're discussing. The applicant here is Town of Winterville. Again, this is Lori Ellis Road opposite of the Brookfield subdivision and east of the proposed Southbrook subdivision. It's a 1.85 acre property zoned agricultural residential. Notification was provided to the adjoining property owners and to the Daily Reflector. If you look on the screen right here, you'll see the boundary of the subject property for the annexation. Staff does recommend approval of this annexation and for it to become effective June 30th, 2026. Are there any questions?
Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Make that correction, it's 1.65, you said 1.85.
1.65 acres, you're correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now open the public hearing for the annexation, Lori Ellis Road, partial number 92-799. Public hearing is now open. Anybody would like to speak against it may step forward. Anybody would like to speak against it can please step forward. Anybody would like to speak in favor of it could step forward now, please. Anyone who would like to speak in favor could step forward. Okay, with none being, no one coming, I now close the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the annexation on Lloyd Ellis Road, parcel number 92799, 1.65 acres.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Robinson, Mayor Pro Tem Robinson, to accept the annexation of Laurie Ellis Road, partial number 92799. Any discussion? If none, please use your clicker. Motion carried. Thank you. Next up, Stephen.
All right, for the final public hearing, we have a rezoning request. The town of Winterville has received a rezoning request for Vernon Crossing. Vernon Crossing is located right here off of Railroad Street Extension. This is Worthington Street right here going east to west. Up here just to the north of the site, you've got Vernon White Road going east to west, just to kind of give you an understanding where we're discussing. You also have Waterford subdivision just beside it too, as up there. The applicant is Ward and Smith. Location again is Railroad Street Extension between the intersections of Worthington Street and Vernon White Road. This is a 13.48 acre site that's currently zoned agricultural residential. They are proposing an R6 conditional district with the following conditions: that all lots shall be exclusively used for single-family detached residential homes, that all lots shall contain a minimum of 8,000 square feet, that all homes constructed on the lot shall contain a minimum of 1,800 square foot of heated space. At original construction, all homes shall include brick or stone accents on the front elevation. At original construction, all homes shall include vinyl shake or board and batten accents. That all homes shall include a two-car garage. That all front yards shall be sodded with construction of the home. And that a landscaping berm shall be installed on the property along Railroad Street. And if anybody ever has any questions along this presentation, certainly just let me know as well. Notification was posted on this site March 3rd. Adjacent property owners were notified of this public hearing, and daily reflector notice was also ran for this public hearing too. This is an aerial of the property with the boundary map of the rezoning placed on top of it, just to kind of give you an understanding where we're discussing this rezoning. Again, this is just a boundary map of the actual rezoning in discussion. Looking at the current zoning, you've got a wide variety of zoning kind of in this area, mostly single-family detached. So again, the subject property is right here. It's currently agricultural residential. It's vacant land at this moment. A lot of it to the east right here is agricultural and vacant land as well. To the north, you've got a variety of uses, mostly single-family residential. It starts to transition a little bit into the Beacon Drive commercial area as well. To the west of this property, you've got single-family detached in R20 right here with Waterford. And then to the south of the property, you've got again, it's starting to get a variety of uses as you kind of get a little bit more into downtown with schools and some commercial down, but just right beside it, you've got R6 and R8 single-family residential there. Looking at the existing land use again, this site right here is in discussion right now. This is vacant land currently. A lot of it around here mostly is single-family residential immediately adjacent to the site. Again, you get into a little bit more of a commercial area once you go into Beacon Drive and once you go a little bit down further into the downtown area. But just to the north, you've got some single-family detached along Vernon White. You've got single-family detached right here in the Waterford subdivision. And in the southern area, when you're getting more into the downtown area, you're seeing single-family detached there mostly as well. Some schools, some agriculture as well in this area. So again, this is kind of a mixture of uses and a location that really transitions into commercial as you go to the north, and again into commercial again while you go to the south. Looking at the future land use area, as you see, there's a lot of different colors on this screen right here because there's a lot of different proposed uses. There's a kind of a area where a lot of different uses kind of come together. This darker color and the subject property is urban neighborhood. The yellow color that you see is suburban neighborhood, with some of this being neighborhood center and rural or regional centers as well. So some of these are starting to get into some of the commercial uses just to the north of it. But the site that we are in discussion today is the urban neighborhood character area. The urban neighborhood character area is defined as primarily medium-sized lots with single-family detached residential homes. Occasionally smaller context or smaller scale homes, sometimes attached homes, sometimes even some commercial is appropriate in an urban neighborhood area if it's within the appropriate location. Again, the applicant is just requesting single-family detached for this project. You're generally looking at 3 to 8 dwellings per unit. In a very ideal 8,000 square foot lot with 50-foot lot widths, you would see roughly 4.2 to 4.6. Again, that would be an ideal site, perfect shaped site. So likely less than this, and the applicants themselves have stated that it will be less than the 4.2 and 4.6. Again, that is the ideal shape for that dimension. Diving a little bit deeper into the urban neighborhood character area, you're looking at somewhat higher density, predominantly single-family detached residential. Potential zonings are typically R12.5, R10, or R8. You're possibly looking at neighborhood business, R6, or multifamily residential if appropriate conditions are met and in the appropriate location. Uses are typically single-family detached residential, between 6,000 and 10,000 square foot lots. Again, sometimes duplexes or commercial could be appropriate at certain locations. The applicant here is not proposing that. They are proposing an R6 with the condition that there's 8,000 square foot on each lot. The main difference between an R6 and an R8 zoning district is the lot width. An R6 has a 50-foot lot width, whereas an R8 has a 70-foot lot width. Looking into some of the land use goals, is to strengthen and diversify our economy, activate our downtown, and connectivity and mobility. So to use the future land use plan and its character areas when determining rezoning such as tonight. Economic development, a goal is to activate the downtown, again, to support residential rezonings in the suburban neighborhood area and the urban neighborhood area as identified on the future land use plan. And finally, within the downtown area, to help activate the downtown as a live, work, and play area, to allow people to live near the downtown area, encourage a little bit more dense residential development that's within walking distance to our downtown area. This property came before you previously in 2023. There was a previous application, and it was referred to as Waterford Crossing at the time. These were the following conditions: that all lots shall be single-family residential, all lots shall be a minimum of 7,000 square feet, all homes a minimum of 1,500 square foot of heated space, that the developments will consist of vinyl exterior with some elevations consisting of brick or stone accents, all homes to have garages, and all front yards to be sodded. This was denied by the Planning and Zoning Board in January 2023, and Town Council followed suit with a denial in March 2023. This current proposal, referred to as Vernon Crossing, again is an AR to an R6 conditional district, but they have the following conditions for this: that all homes shall be exclusively for single-family detached residential, a minimum of 8,000 square foot lots, each home with a minimum of 1,800 square foot of heated space, that at original construction, stone or brick will be on the present on the front elevations, that vinyl shake board and batten will be present on the homes at original construction, that all homes shall have 2-car garages, all homes shall be sodded in the front yard in connection with the home, and that a landscaping berm shall be installed along Railroad Street. In review, this 13.5 acre site is currently vacant agricultural land. The surrounding uses are primarily residential with some agricultural uses as well. The proposed single-family detached residential matches the dominant land uses within this area of town. The location provides wonderful walkability and multimodal access to the downtown Winterville and the Beacon Drive commercial area. The R6 rezoning request with its added conditions is consistent with the intent and purpose of the comprehensive land use plan and is compatible with the existing development and trends in that area. There is an existing R6 and R8 zone property adjacent and within Winterville's downtown. The proposed density falls within the recommended urban neighborhood character area density suggestions. Therefore, staff does recommend approval of the proposed R6 conditional district. Winterville's Planning and Zoning Board did hear this proposal at their April meeting and recommended approval 8-1. I do want to remind Town Council that there is a proposed motion up here approving or denying a rezoning. It's just for example for you to use if you wish, but I do have it up there as a guide. Always consider the comprehensive land use plan and the reasonableness. If there are any questions for staff prior to the public hearing.
Anybody have any questions? For
Yeah.
Stephen?
Yes, I have one.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Moore.
Have you, could you share with us what it actually means by the Winterville comprehensive land use?
Yes, so the Winterville Comprehensive Land Use Plan is a document that is created amongst the community to look at where zonings and where changes and where rezoning should be considered. So in this map right here, this is an image of the future land use plan. So we went through a lot of different public input and a lot of different reviews for the 2019 Comprehensive Land Use Plan when it was adopted. In the land use plan, it goes throughout the town to look at different sites to determine what would this individual site be used for. In this case, as you can see, for this specific site, the recommendation was that this was for urban neighborhood use. And then once you go into the urban neighborhood use, then you kind of look at the broad uses recommended within that use. In this case, in the urban neighborhood use, the recommendation is the zonings of R12.5 through multifamily residential. So essentially to match this page with the proposed rezoning, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Councilwoman Hawkins, you have any? You don't have any?
I'll wait, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I'll wait until there's a discussion.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If no one else, I'm now opening the public hearing on the Vernon Crossing rezoning. If you would like to speak against the rezoning request, speak against.
Mayor, I also want to say that the applicant has a presentation prepared as well.
Okay. Well. We can put it on when, on the back end.
Yes, sir.
All right, so now,
you.
is when they come up to speak forward, they can do their presentation then. Right now, the floor is open for anybody who wants to speak against it. Right now. Against. Against. That's not you. If you're speaking for it, it's not you. This is anybody want to speak against the rezoning request. Want to speak against the rezoning request. Anybody would like to speak against it?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Michael Moore. I live at 237 Foxcroft Lane in Winterville. Been there 20 years. As Steve was saying, this previous property was denied, and they looked at 55 lots. The new applicant, his map shows about the same, and his reason for rezoning, he put by voluntarily committing to a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. It's a little misleading due to the land size. You add a road down the middle, you put lots each side, and he drops back to a R60 width. So he's shoving as many houses in there as he can width-wise, but he does have the depth to say he's got 8,000 square feet. So that is a higher density, not the R8 medium density. The previous applicant, like I say, had 55 lots. He was looking at 40, so really no change. Our main concern, Waterford's not against the development. Our main concern is the density and the storm drainage. There is a ditch between Waterford and the property in question. All the storm from Waterford flows to that ditch, flows diagonal through the property to Vernon White Railroad crossing. As it goes under Vernon White, that current piece of piping is undersized, so we have flooding in that intersection, flooding in Waterford. Once that goes under Beacon, there again, undersized, backs up flooding. So to add additional impervious surface without these repairs being made just causes more nightmare for flooding. Going back to the comprehensive land use, there are some items in there. One of the main key respondents generally indicate a strong support for single-family homes with larger lots. So we're going to an R20, 20,000 square foot, down to a R8, 8,000 square foot, which is not really helping out our comprehensive land use. Also in the comprehensive land use, review and enhance open space requirements for residential development. New subdivisions should be required to set aside usable open space and not just floodplains and wetlands. Also in our comprehensive land use recommendation and implementation, we have 2 intersection improvements needed at Vernon White 11, at Vernon White and Railroad, and neither of those intersections have had any changes. Lastly, in our land use, comprehensive land use recommendations and implementation, it may be necessary to deny rezoning requests if they are premature or do not fit well with surrounding areas, even if the future land use supports rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to speak against?
Good evening. So my name is Jeff Greenberg. I also am a resident of Waterford, and my topic of why I'm against this redevelopment focuses mainly on when you mentioned the reasons for being able to submit or deny or approve. One was possible detriment to the community as a whole, and what I'm speaking to is Railroad Street not being properly designed or intended for the volume of traffic that this will put into Railroad Street. There was actually a DOT study that showed that this type of density in building in that proposed area would exponentially increase the volume of traffic or daily trips on Railroad Street. And as the previous gentleman just mentioned, that intersection at Vernon White and Railroad Street is probably one of the more dangerous intersections in all of Winterville, if not Pitt County. My daughter was in an accident there that totaled her car to the fault of the other driver. A dear friend's daughter was in the same situation, fault of the other driver. If it wasn't for the fact that they were younger, astute, sharper drivers than myself, much worse ramifications could have happened. But the reason I bring up Railroad Street is I know we were talking about safety, when you were talking about the bike path and safe to school and safe to things, W.H. Robinson's right there. My wife, Katie, is a kindergarten teacher at W.H. Robinson. And so I have witnessed what drop-off pickup looks like, and everybody knows the volume of traffic that comes up 10 months out of the year on Railroad Street. It's a small 2-lane street, not well designed to increase the current volume. And if you remember too, right around the corner down Vernon White is a new commercial property that's been approved that's only going to increase the traffic on Vernon White itself, not to mention the increase in commercial activity on Beacon that floods into that same area. So when you think about this, the road is poorly designed to handle this amount of traffic. So it becomes a detriment to the community because we're talking about increased safety hazards. And without proper planning to get to where they want to go, that was one of the main reasons that 3 years ago, the board unanimously declined to rezone this property in a unanimous vote. Safety was one of the main issues because of the limitations of Railroad Street being able to handle the volume of traffic that would happen with this development. So I would ask again that we think about why just 3 short years ago, this was unanimously denied by the board, and consider the safety again of the students, the citizens, and everybody else that use Railroad Street, including to what the previous gentleman just said, a intersection that has no plans to be redesigned to handle this type of situation. And what you have people playing games of chicken, deciding when to go and when not to go, and this is only going to increase with an increased volume of traffic. So just please take that under consideration as well. Thank you.
What is, excuse me, what is your address? I'm sorry.
2216 Wolf Trap Road.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else would like to speak against?
My name is Bill King, and I've lived in Waterford for 23 years now, and I just want to speak to you guys about the people in Waterford, if I may. So when I built my house there 23 years ago, we had a problem with my left neighbor and the water backing up in his yard. His name is Richie Thomas. So Richie and I got together, and we worked out a plan to fix our situation together. On the other side of the house, we had the same situation with Jim and Teresa Ammons. And we all got together and worked out the same issues. And Ashley Elk actually installed yard inlets between our houses and made everybody work together. And we've never had any issues since then. So Ashley came to us and with this development offer, and he wanted to work with us. He basically brought this same plan that was rejected 3 years ago or 2 years ago, or whatever the dates were, and we kind of balked at it again. The lot sizes, we're going from R20 to basically R6, so there's a large difference between the two, and that's our concerns. It's not that we don't want that property developed, it's just we want it to work together with whoever develops and make something more compatible. That's all we're asking, is we could all work together with it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the town board, my name is Jeff Foster. I live at 175 Foxcroft in Waterford. My family and I have lived there for about 15 years now. I want to kind of add to a little bit about what Bill just said. We made it clear the last time that this was going on that we wanted to engage in conversations with any developer about making this thing work. I talked to, I think, Dr. Harrell, we talked about this the last time, that because she asked me, she said, you know, what's it going to take? And I said, Dr. Harrell, we're willing to work with whoever comes along. Now, in this particular time, we have, since this board unanimously denied this same relief 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we have this new developer who bought the property from the developer who was turned down. he was the one that was not able to convince you to change it. He sold it to this gentleman, who came and had, to my knowledge, one meeting. He never met with me, and he never, working with us consisted of showing us a plan and saying, this is what I'm gonna do. We are perfectly willing to have that property developed. We don't think it should not be developed. It would be a beneficial piece of property. We want it consistent with what's there, though. Under his plan, there would be approximately 3 backyards across my backyard. 3 different properties would have a backyard that backed up to my house. And it's going to be the same down that whole line of yards on Foxcroft. So we would ask that the board, you were unanimous in your decision last time. It was a good decision. It was a solid decision. It was based on information that was provided that hasn't changed. We still have issues with the density there. We still have the same drainage issues. We talked about those last time when this was being discussed. And there were assurances made and discussions had about what needed to be done, and it was going to be done. And nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. We would ask that you, again, deny this request. It's not timely. It's not, the plans as proposed are not a good fit for our neighborhood. However, again, we are open to hearing plans that are and would gladly support those. This is not those, though, and we would ask that you respectfully reject this request for rezoning. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak against this rezoning request? Anyone else like to speak against this rezoning request? Okay. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this rezoning request? Speak in favor of the rezoning request.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name's Sam Frank. I'm with the firm of Ward & Smith. We represent the applicant. I have a brief presentation for you and also would like to address the concerns that you just heard from some folks that live in the Waterford neighborhood that's immediately adjacent to the property that's proposed for rezoning tonight. Heard references to a prior rezoning consideration 3 years ago, concerns about density, concerns about drainage, concerns about traffic, question marks about the level of community engagement, a misunderstanding about how the lot widths align on this community and the neighboring community, and also an incorrect suggestion that there's some sort of concept of neighbor approval required for you to approve a rezoning. As I go through my presentation this evening, I want to note that with me are representatives of the developer, Ashley Elks, who owns the land, and also our engineer, Brian Fagundis, with ARC Consulting. If at any point along the way you have a question you think better answered by the person who owns the land and is investing in the community, or our engineer, you will not offend me in the least by asking to speak to that person instead of me. Here's the subject site. 13.5 acres, currently zoned AR. It's been proposed to be rezoned to conditional R6. Site is about 13.5 acres. Under the AR zoning, it can be used for farming, which is what it's used for today. A variety of farming uses, of course. Livestock farming would be permitted with a special use permit. It's also permitted by right to be used for a community recreation center, a public or a private school, a government administration facility. There's any number of additional uses that are permitted under the current zoning. I include this slide just to explain, to make sure that I don't cause any confusion by showing pictures of the proposed plan of development. So immediately to the south of the site proposed for rezoning is a section of land that's already zoned R6 and is owned by the same party. That 2.9 acres includes 8 R6 lots. And the plan of, none of those lots are developed yet. None of them have homes on them yet. And the plan of development contemplates combining the land that will be rezoned pursuant to this action with that additional R6 property. As you can see, the zoning, as Stephen effectively described, includes a wide variety of uses in the immediate proximity of this property. We've got a number of different types of residential use that are located nearby. We also have a component of mixed use, commercial uses, and even institutional uses that are located in nearby proximity. The proposed zoning here means single-family homes on 8,000 plus square foot lots, but at a greater density than the neighborhood located immediately to the left, to the west, which is Waterford, of course, and a lower density than some of the other residential uses that are in immediate proximity. That makes it a nice transition between the two. The proposed rezoning is absolutely consistent with the conditional zoning district that is proposed. That's one of the 5 factors that you need to consider. Second, this is essential or desirable for the public convenience or welfare. By delivering a diversity of housing types that are consistent with your comprehensive plan, you are helping to achieve the long-term goals of the community and providing not just necessary housing, but housing that's proximately located to your school and to commercial facilities. Some comments earlier about the level of community engagement and also about the prior rezoning. I want to be clear, zoning is a purely legislative act. You look at each of these cases on its merits at the time that you're considering it. And so a prior consideration of a different rezoning by a different owner with a different plan 3 years ago doesn't really have any bearing on your decision tonight. Significantly, that was a different developer. Also significantly, it was a very different time. Your comprehensive plan had been adopted at that time, but had not well been considered or exercised. This property owner acquired the property about a year ago. Almost immediately after acquisition of the property, held a meeting with some of the Waterford residents to engage and understand the concerns that they might have in connection with the proposed development. Following that meeting, a mailer was sent to everyone in the Waterford community, over 50 owners. We received exactly 1 reply to that solicitation and request for comments from the neighbors. That outreach to the neighborhood continued throughout the rest of the summer and fall of 2025. As a result of the comments that we heard, we incorporated proposed conditions to this rezoning. You've seen those conditions. This is included in the application and also on the list that Stephen went over earlier. But let me note that several of these arise out of the comments that we heard from our neighbors. For example, R6 allows townhomes, allows duplexes. Neighbors said very adamantly they do not want to see townhomes or duplexes nearby. And so we've incorporated a condition that requires single-family homes only. Concern about the lot size. R6 allows 6,000 square foot lots. We agreed to put a minimum lot size of 8,000 on the list, on the table of conditions. All the homes constructed on the property have to be a minimum size. Assures that the size of the home is a nice size at a minimum to transition between the larger single-family homes located to the west of the site and the smaller multifamily homes and townhomes located nearby. At original construction, a couple of these are about the quality of construction. At original construction, the homes will include stone or brick accent. At original construction, there will be vinyl shake or board and batten accents. All homes will include 2-car garages, and all the front yards shall be sodded in connection with the construction of a home on the lot. Furthermore, a landscape berm shall be installed along the property along Railroad Street. These images are conceptual only. There's not really any architectural control component beyond those conditions that we just listed, but I want to give you a fair idea of what we're talking about. When we talk about an 1,800 plus square foot home located on an 8,000 square foot lot, with a two-car garage, accents consistent with those required in the conditions. These are some examples of what those homes might look like. As you noted from the proposed motion to approve, the first thing listed is consistency with your comp plan. Councilman Moy, you asked earlier, what is the comprehensive future land use plan? And I would answer that by saying, this is the vision that the town has for its future. Zoning is a remnant, right? Zoning is backwards looking. It's whatever is left over from the last time we evaluated what we should do with each individual site. The future land use plan is your comprehensive effort to describe what you want to see for the town in the future. And you can see by looking at this map that this site and use of this site for medium density residential is consistent not only with the exact property that we're talking about, but with virtually everything around it. The only outlier is the Waterford neighborhood located in the middle of it. And why is the Waterford neighborhood designated for suburban residential when the rest of this section of the entire community is designated for more intense use? I would suggest to you that that's simply because in 2019, when you adopted this plan, the Waterford neighborhood was already there. It was already well established. Those lots weren't just subdivided, they had homes on them. And so in respect for that community having already been developed, you didn't impose on the future land use plan a wish for there to be something different in that location. But you did maintain the idea that for the remainder of this area of the community, the best use includes specifically urban neighborhood here and virtually everywhere else around it. Now, urban neighborhood contemplates a variety of potential zoning districts, contemplates the possibility of commercial use in addition to residential. It also specifically contemplates with regard to density that the ideal density would be 3 to 8 homes per acre. Now, in this case, Mr. Penn described a maximum possible density that could be achieved with this rezoning in the 4.2 unit per acre range. We're not going to be able to get close to that. Our design includes a total of 49 homes across all of that property, including the R6 section. And on the 13.5 acres, it only includes 40 homes. Each of those numbers yields just below 3 dwelling units per acre as a density. That is a density that is barely big enough to be consistent with the urban neighborhood and otherwise well-designed to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors and the wishes of the community. You heard some concerns about intensity and traffic. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the site as it exists today allows a wide variety of uses. Now, it happens to be used as a soybean field, right? So there isn't any traffic associated with it as it exists today. But we're not here to ask you permission to build something on this site. We're here to ask you to change the zoning applicable to it. So when you consider intensity of use with regard to traffic, you should compare what we propose versus what the most intense use would be permitted by right today under the AR zoning. And what our engineers tell us is from a traffic standpoint, that most intense currently permitted use would be a community recreation center. So what you see in bold across the top is the daily trips contemplated with our proposed development. And then that total existing by right trips band in gray shows you the number of trips that would be implemented or utilizing the public roads if we were to develop it in the manner that we're permitted to by right under the AR in the most intense fashion. As you can see, what we're proposing is a down zoning when it comes to traffic intensity. We're proposing something that has a peak of 51 peak hour trips as opposed to 122 peak hour trips that would be permitted under the current zoning. You also heard concerns about drainage. I'd like to talk about that a little bit. The most critical component to this is that the Waterford development is designed to drain towards this site. I'll show a little bit more detail on that in just a moment. And it was built at a time that stormwater management was not required. There is no stormwater management in the in the Waterford community. There's only drainage facilities in the Waterford community. In other words, that water is able to leave the site from a regulatory standpoint without any burden of or benefit of stormwater management facilities. This site is different. As you probably know, the state requires that everything that gets developed today that disturbs greater than an acre of land incorporates stormwater management facilities. This site is no exception. When you saw the image of what our proposed development looks like, the far right end of it is consumed with a stormwater management pond. And of course, we have to direct all of the flow to that pond. Here's the approximate design of the drainage for the existing Waterford community. It all flows downhill away from the community towards the drainage facility that's between this site and the Waterford neighborhood, and then out across and to Vernon White. Nothing about this proposed development is going to change the drainage leaving Waterford. Now, we will have to maintain our side of that drainage facility that's on the common property boundary. So the arrows that you see going from left to right across the common property boundary, that's part of that drainage facility that'll be shared by both. And we'll be responsible for maintaining our share of that. We've also proposed a new drainage easement. This is in connection with, one, making darn sure that we've got plenty of room to drain the water it needs to be drained, not only from our community, but coming into our community from Waterford, and also to create an additional buffer between the larger lot single-family homes located on the west side and the smaller residential single-family lots to be located on the east side. In addition to that 20-foot buffer, we've agreed to incorporate a 20-foot vegetative buffer. So between the easement that's on the Waterford side, the easement that we're proposing on our side, and the vegetative buffer that we're proposing on our side, you have 60 feet of minimum separation between the potential building envelope on a lot on the east and a lot on the west side of that boundary. That's before you even take into account the setbacks. Also agreed to incorporate a berm along Railroad Street with shrubbery on top of it. That'll make the visual appeal of the total community better and help serve as a nice buffer between the public right-of-way and the homes. Here's a layout of the community that shows the orientation of the lots as we currently envision them. This is not a site plan incorporated into a condition, but it is a very good depiction of how this works, how it would fit with 8,000 square foot lots. As you can see, the pond I alluded to earlier is located at the north end of the site, and then there are lots located on either side of a new street to be built through the community. Councilwoman Hawkins, you had noted some concerns in an earlier dialogue about the street improvements along Railroad and the impact that it would have on the public during the time of construction. Councilwoman Harrell, I think you echoed those concerns. Please note that in this case, this new road is being built entirely on private property. And so, but for the nominal impact of the connection of those roads to the public road system, the construction time should have no impact on the public infrastructure. I believe that Judge Foster made reference to the number of lots on one side of the boundary that would abut a lot on the other side of the boundary. As you can see, you've got 80 to 100 foot wide lots on the Waterford side. You've got 50 plus wide lots on the Vernon Crossing side. At most, you end up with 2 lots on one side, abutting 1 lot on the other. But also, please note that that's before you get to the 60-foot buffer and the substantial vegetation incorporated into that buffer between the two. I can leave that image up while I talk through some other notes. I want to reiterate, this is a brand new rezoning request. It's a brand new owner. There are 40 lots as we envision it on these 13 and a half acres, not 55, which is what you previously considered. The planning board considered this very carefully. They heard a number of comments consistent with what you heard tonight about concerns of the neighbors, and maybe many more of them. After careful consideration, they voted 8-1 to recommend approval. Your staff has carefully considered this as well. What we have proposed is, after several iterations of back and forth dialogue with staff, to make sure that we've covered the conditions that staff thought appropriate and that were responsive to the community concerns. Staff also recommends approval, primarily because of consistency with the comprehensive plan and recognition that this is in the best interest of the community, but also after careful consideration of the technical details. With regard to the concern about traffic and the traffic that's generated from the school, again, I want to note that if this land were left zoned exactly as it is today, another school could be built on this site, and all the traffic associated with that school could be on this site. If you rezone it as we have asked you to, no school could be built there. No community recreation center could be built there. The only thing that could be developed on the site is 8,000 plus square foot lots to support single-family residential homes. I think that that covers the comments that I want to share, responsive to the comments shared by others, and also that I believe are appropriate to support your conclusion that this is indeed consistent with your comprehensive plan and in the best interest of the community. That said, I'm also eager to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Anybody have any questions?
I know I'm probably going too fast, and this is probably not part of what we're looking at right now, Stephen. Recreation in this area, that would come later, right? Plans for areas dedicated to recreation.
Yes, so during the preliminary plat, they would be proposing either some recreation land or probably making a decision whether they want to either give recreation land or a fee in lieu of the recreation land. Yes, ma'am. But they would have to ultimately make one or the other decision.
I figured I was a little early.
Please note that there is a requirement that we've included here to have a sidewalk along Railroad Street. Now, as is always the case when you're trying to build a multimodal system, each private landowner can only do its part with regard to the land that it owns. Like we can't build a sidewalk across other people's land, but we can establish the sidewalk here, and that is included here. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, to be very candid with you, this is not a very big site. As you can see, once you incorporate the road and the stormwater management, there's really not a whole lot left on that 13 acres to incorporate substantial recreational space, especially once you've incorporated the buffer along the edge with Waterford, the sidewalk and the berm that's on the front. There are required open spaces. We have provided more open space than is required by the town in connection with our proposal here. But realistically, there's not enough for any large active recreational space, and so I don't anticipate that we will later include that.
The response that you received back, you say you received one response?
Yes, sir.
What did it state?
That's a very good question. Ashley, can you help me there?
Could you come to the mic?
Let me introduce Ashley Elks, who's a representative of the company that owns the land.
I don't remember word for word what the response back was, but it was not in opposition. It was question about car count, or it was a technical question that I just said we would address later on when we submitted our preliminary plat. Yeah, the other part of it was they wanted to know, could their wife list the houses?
And my last question is, the location, did you say something about a pond? Where would that location be?
Yes, sir.
Again.
On the image on the screen, it's on your far right, which is the north end of the site. It's shown in purple here.
Right.
That's a stormwater management pond.
Okay.
So it serves multiple purposes. It collects water that runs off of the site and holds it to allow the sediment to be removed from it before it's slowly discharged from the site. It's also an aesthetic amenity. It's attractive and serves a level of buffering as well. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, and with the utility facility that we have there, we're not interfere at all?
I'm going to ask our engineer to answer your question, but when you refer to the utility facility, do you mean adjacent to, I assume, this
Yes.
site? Yep. Brian, do you mind? I'd like to introduce Brian Fangundis with ARC Consulting. He's our civil engineer.
No, the short answer is no, sir, it does not interfere. So the pond is adjacent. That pond will be designed to handle the normal storm events, and then it'll have an overflow spillway for the larger events. So those events don't interfere with that substation that sits there now.
Thank you, Brian.
I'd like to say that, as Judge Foster spoke about, and I still, feel this way, 3 years later, compromise, because, I heard the folks that were saying that they were not, I'm going to say they weren't not for it, if that makes sense. They wanted to work together. And so I heard you, or I saw that there were mailers and there were meetings, but I'm not sure about the participation. So, and I think I said this a couple years ago, we have to be strategic about growth. And so I just want to say that I'm still, with that stance, with the compromise. And it sounds like a lot of the questions that the residents had, you have answered those questions. But I do want to know from Stephen, what factors this time influence the approval versus 3 years ago from the planning board? What factors influence the approval this time?
Yeah, you have to review every rezoning as if it's a brand new rezoning. And in this case, there were changes from the previous rezoning as well. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else have any questions for him?
I just want a couple of points of clarification. Mr. Frank, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated when you approached the podium, one of the things you would address was a misunderstanding of the lot widths. Am I correct in assuming that that refers to the fact that it's R6 conditional and that the 8,000 square foot lots are actually larger than what is required for an R6?
Everything you just stated is accurate, but when I approached the podium and made reference to that, I meant the misconception that there would be 3 lots located behind each of the lots in Waterford. That mathematically doesn't work, and as you can see on the plan, it's not how it actually fits.
My question is, the amount of proposed homes or lots, is it between 40 and 50? Is it closer to 50?
Yes, ma'am. Let me get to my last image so I can use that to answer your question. So the image that you see on the screen is what we think our plan will be when we submit it. There are 49 lots on that image, but 9 of those lots on the left side are outside of the property that you're rezoning tonight. They're part of the R6 land that's already zoned R6. So on the land that you're approving rezoning for this evening, there will be 40 lots.
And so, Mayor, Guy Bean, with regards to my comments and my decision-making, is that after the motion?
We've got to close the public hearing.
Okay,
Got to
okay,
close the public
okay.
hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone, I'm sorry, Mr. Frank, are you?
Unless you have further questions for me.
Anybody have any more questions for him? If not, anybody else, that's what I'm getting ready to ask. Is anybody else that want to speak in favor of this rezoning request? Yes, sir. Step to the podium.
When do I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, my name's Charles Lewis. I live at 2293 Wolf Trap Road in the Waterford subdivision. For 25 years, we moved in December of 2000. I am in favor of what is being proposed for the Vernon Crossing. I believe it is the most practical use for the development of this land. Personally, I would rather see the land to be used for a burning crossing than to be turned into a commercial use, such as Mr. Vernon White's house that we all allowed to be burned down, which I think we should not have allowed that, but that's just me. I would rather see it be Vernon Crossing than to be industrial use, which would be similar to the substation that's there right now. We all know that data centers are a huge topic in the United States, and it wouldn't take but one to have to take this whole field up with a substation. And the buzzing would be going on behind all the people's houses. I'd rather see it turned into Vernon Crossing than to be turned into multifamily, such as apartments, duplexes, or townhomes. At approximately, based on my mathematics, it's gonna take around 400 grand per house when they sell these houses. And if you can afford 400 grand for a house today, God bless you. That will, if you can, that will increase the tax revenue for the town of Winterville. It also will be a very substantial increase at $400,000 per home. I also believe that at that value of $400,000 a home, if you compare it to my house in Winterville, in the Waterford subdivision, I believe, based on my own experience, that that subdivision created will actually increase the value of the homes in Waterford, not decrease it. The new drainage expansion that's proposed, which if y'all could throw that up there for me, I appreciate it. But for the Vernon Crossing is an extra 20 feet towards this particular piece of property that is being developed. It doesn't go back into Waterford's property that's already people living there. The ditch needs to be cleaned out for sure. All those streets were built decades ago. All the storm drainage that's in that subdivision of Waterford where I live, I would love it for the town to come clean it out with their vacuum trucks and their water jetters, because I don't believe it's ever been cleaned out. I've been there during hurricanes and everything else, so it does flood. But it was designed, like I said, probably, look at your map, probably 30 years ago, under old regulations. This was being designed with new regulations in place. By allowing that drainage ditch to be cleaned out and another 20 feet on that side to be cleaned out, it will allow the town to go into the Waterford pipes from the downstream end and actually bring all of that old pine straw and mulch and sediment and beaver dams and rat nests and whatever's in there and suck it all out. And that way you've got Waterford as a nice new storm drainage, not new, but cleaned out storm drainage system. It's very similar to flushing out your sewer lines. Wish I had more for you, but that to me is the best and most practical use of the land that I can think of, unless you're just going to do something that I haven't thought of yet. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any questions for me?
Is any, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peace.
Is anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this subdivision? Is anyone else like to speak in favor? Anyone else like to speak in favor? If no one else would like to speak in favor, I now close the public hearing. And before we decide the vote, remember that we're here tonight as this is a rezoning request, okay? Keep that in mind. This is a rezoning request. So, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mayor, after hearing and considering all that has been brought forth this evening and some phone calls from residents that I received prior, I've done a lot of research, and I believe that at this time, This proposed rezoning is consistent with our comprehensive land use plan. It is reasonable, and it is in public interest, and I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
all right. We have a motion on the floor made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Robinson, to approve Vernon Crossing. Is any discussion? Ms. Councilwoman Hawkins, I'm sorry.
Yes, I do have some concerns with approving the R6, and it is not against anyone or their vision, but we have to look at what vision we are developing here in Winterville in terms of true growth, right? I believe that we need to think about people over profit. I know we just sat and we had 3 budget meetings, and we had to come back. We had an overage of 10 million, and then 5 million, and then balanced. We are struggling with aligning infrastructure with the growth effectively. And this was the reason why we were struggling to balance the budget. When in learning about economics, you learn about supply and demand. And it seems as if we are going counterproductive. We are trying to get things and then meet, you know, the supply. We're trying to supply or align or get things together to meet the demand with the developments. From what I understand and what was just shared, each home would be between $350,000 and $400,000. It was mentioned to me that this development would be conducive to attract teachers and police officers and civil service workers. Well, if anybody has been updated with the news, here in North Carolina, educators are paid probably third least in the country. And you cannot make that amount of income to pay that mortgage. And if we're thinking about 40, let's say we're thinking about 45 homes, times 2, right? That's at least 90 people in the home. That is affecting traffic, what the gentleman said, with regards to the traffic congestion. That is affecting trash and recycling. That is affecting electricity, where we just had a transformer go out not too long ago. And that is affecting our students at W.H. Robinson who cannot have lunch for 30 minutes, but have to have lunch for 10 to 15 minutes. So what we need to be doing is to be thinking about the long term and aligning infrastructure as opposed to good growth. That's growth. It's going to bring in property taxes, but what is it at the cost of? It is at the cost of people. And I am for people over profit. And, you know, I might look like the bad guy, but I do not approve of this at this time. I think we need to wait and get our town in alignment via infrastructure. We just had a presentation. We've been having presentations since 6 o'clock in terms of how we're going to become a catalyst for change, but we have to do the underground. We have to do the architecture first. And approving this R6 is going to bring about more traffic concerns. Right there on Vernon White, coming out of Mill Street, you can't get in, you can't get out. You got work going on Old Tar Road, a railroad street, and having about 45 multi-purpose homes is not thinking about people in the long run. It's thinking about profit.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
In reference to infrastructure and staff, at any point, if I'm incorrect, I ask you to jump in. One of the benefits of this particular proposal is that infrastructure is in place. This is in what you might call Winterville property downtown. It would be Winterville Electric, which is our only enterprise fund that is self-sustaining and is often called upon to fund other funds. So this would be Winterville Electric, which would be an additional benefit to the town overall. Tax revenue is mentioned, well, that's with any growth. The walkability, the addition of the sidewalk, that's safety, walkability, that's something that is discussed often in our town. Yes, there are people, I myself am an educator, but there are programs out there. Unfortunately, housing costs have increased. Not anything we can do as a council, but there are programs there to help. There is a Good Neighbor program, Mayor, I think you might be familiar with that helps those who are in service roles. I hear and I take seriously every bit of input that I receive as a council member, but I would remind myself that my sworn duty, my fiduciary duty, is to the town overall. And I see many benefits with this. In addition, the fact that this is in an area that has very varied zoning. And if I may speak, we can kick this can down the road and somebody from out of state come in and purchase property and come in and propose something. It gives me some sort of solace to know that right now we have a local builder who will probably bring jobs with local people and will have some accountability in our community, because oftentimes what I see when people outside, whether it's Raleigh or beyond, come into our town and do things, oftentimes they don't have in mind the best for our constituents. And for those reasons, I feel like it is a good proposal at this time.
Call for the question. Please, get your clickers. Motion carried 3-2. Councilwoman Orrell voting no. Councilwoman Hawkins voting no. Councilman Moore, yes. Councilwoman Smith, yes. And Mayor Pro Tem Robinson, yes. So motion carried to rezone Vernon Crossing. All right. Before we go into the public hearing, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, please.
Sorry. Sir, yeah. Make sure everybody goes. Yes.
Y'all ready? Evan, ready? Meeting back in session. Next up is our public comment section, and I'm to read this. The public comment period of 30 minutes provide an opportunity for residents to comment on any item included in the agenda or to address the town council on any other further matter related to the town of Winterville. For any item included in the public hearing section of the agenda, residents should address the council at the time the mayor invites for public comments on the item. No public comments may be made to the council during the meeting except during the public comment period or as part of the public hearing. Individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and no more than 3 speakers may address the council on a single matter. The town council may elect to take no action on the matter addressed by a speaker, may schedule the matter for further consideration at a further council meeting, or may refer the matter to the town staff for disposition. Copy of the town public comment policies are available in the rear of the assembly room, and tonight we have 2, and the first one is Pastor Benny Williams. If y'all come.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, members of the Town Board of Winterville, North Carolina. My name is Jermaine Clark. I'm a member of Armor of God Christian Church right here in Winterville, North Carolina. Pastor Benny E. Williams is my pastor. As we focus on engaging with our youth, especially with events like Christ in Cars gatherings, we aim to naturally integrate the teachings of Christianity in ways of welcome, inclusive for everyone. The gatherings provide a vital space for young generations to feel valued and connected. And our Christ in Cars events is just one example of how we bring people together, share the sense of fellowship, and invest in the future of our youth. It's all about making sure everyone feels genuinely welcome, supported, so we can grow together in kindness. By doing so through these events like Christ in Cars, we're building a supportive environment that truly feels like home for everyone. With the goal of fostering this sense of fellowship and investing in our youth, we formally request permission for the town board to host our Christ in Cars event within the town of Winterville. We believe this event significantly contributes to the local fellowship and provide a welcoming space for all, our youth to connect and grow. Thank you for your time and your considerations. Do you have any questions for me?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I was looking up here. I didn't see a date. You just got the location where you would like to have it. Do you have any projected dates?
We're open for any dates in July or August.
Okay.
We're very flexible with the date, as in what we would like to do. So anytime, I've seen maybe July 11th, but we are very flexible with the date. Saturdays, evenings, Saturday morning, Sunday after church, but we're very flexible with the date.
So that would be, manager, wouldn't he would need to get with Diane to see the
Yes.
utilization of, because what he's saying is Sylvania Street over there, so they can work it out, see what's planned and what's not planned.
Assuming council's in favor
Right.
of moving forward in working with these gentlemen, then we'll have Ms. White reach out.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Hold on, I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
team, managers and all. Christ in Cars, rolling the community together. And that's what we want to do, roll the community together. And I thought it was a pretty good capture there, because you know and I know our youth, where they are now, they need to see more togetherness. Where our nation is at now, we need to be together. So we're gonna have free food, won't cost the town a dime, okay? Won't cost you a dime. It's gonna be car shows, featuring a variety of vehicles, and you ought to see some of those vehicles, and the kids gonna love it in that gaming truck. Have all kinds of the latest games, and the kids will be able to go in there. I'm not too up to the games now because my kids are grown. And they'll be open to all ages. You know, it's family focused, it's an event, and we're hosting it, and we did consider Hillcrest, but we got such a great response until Hillcrest couldn't hold us. So that's why we really didn't put a date there, because we were looking at the 27th, but we know we just couldn't hold it. So that's why we're coming to the board tonight, hoping that we can start the summer off with the kids. Those that know me, I've been working with kids. That's one of my strong points, working with kids, and that's what we want to do, is put some input back in our youth, because we're getting old now, so they can sit on the board like y'all sitting, right? Okay, so we thank you tonight for giving us the opportunity to speak to you, and hope you consider that we'll be able to host our event there at Winterville Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Pastor Williams, I'd just like to say thank you to you and your church for investing in our youth. And I'd also like to make a motion that we approve the Christ and Cars Family Faith Fellowship and Fun activity.
Second.
All right, have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to approve the Christ and Cars.
Christ and Cars.
Christ and Cars.
Christ and Cars.
Faith and Fellowship Fun Day. Can we add that, get with the Recreation Department?
Yes.
You know, to get it.
Yes, and work with Ms. White,
Yes.
Director of Parks and Rec.
Okay, yep, are you fine with that, Councilwoman Hawkins? Okay, all right. Got the motion and a second. Any discussion, Mr. Moy, down on the?
Yes, I just got a question.
Yes, sir.
For Bishop, or Reverend William. What about, do you need any public safety officers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you will have, do you know what about size group that you might need, so we can take that into consideration
Yes,
also?
we would definitely need that, because it's gonna be such a large group. Definitely need some safety.
I think that, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think when working with Diane
You would know that.
and Officer
Staff will handle that.
Hamilton, they will figure that out along with them as far as, you know, the number of participants and everything else. And they would probably let them know exactly what kind of, what, as far as officer would be needed. You know, once he meets with Diane, and they can figure out the logistics of it, you know, and then they can go from there. But that's a good thought, but they'll be able to figure that all out in there.
And my other question would be cleanup rule,
We will have a team from the church that is personally responsible for cleanup. We will leave it as we came.
Right, thank you.
Okay. And I'm not saying that you wouldn't, but I just wanted, I want to know if we need to provide that service, so we can have ones in place if that's the cause. Okay, that's the reason why I asked about those two items.
Councilman Moy, we normally ask that the people who hold events at the park, you know, that they perform their own cleanup.
They perform their own cleanup?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to applaud Pastor Williams and his group and Armor of God Church for the many things they've already done for our community. I remember a few years ago, the post office had a food drive, and they couldn't distribute the food in Winterville because we didn't have a church at that time. You were not here, you know, you were out on the highway that distributed food. And I know that now you have a giveaway for the food.
Yes.
I've been up there when they've been cooking food out there and people waiting for it to get done on Saturday. And there was no charge. If you did a donation, that was fine. But we do appreciate the many things that you've added to our community over the years.
I thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second. You got to give the thing up. Could vote on that, please? Motion carried. Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Brandy Daniels.
Hi, Council. Brandy Daniels, 2945 Foxglove Drive, obviously in Winterville, North Carolina. I had a few things. I wasn't actually scheduled to say anything, but I just wanted to, I went to our town hall a couple weeks ago where I kind of mentioned the goal to hopefully look at the schedule of our agendas. It's after 8 o'clock, and we haven't made it past the first page. And I had a few comments just to talk about maybe some ways we could rearrange the agenda to help with that. I sit on the Planning and Zoning Board and had an opportunity to hear the presentation for the rezoning that we heard tonight, the last one that was a little bit contentious. And we had a presentation, and the majority of our meeting was that presentation. It took us as a zoning board 3 minutes to make a decision, and the rest of the time was that presentation. And so I'm not sure if we need that. You all need to have that conversation on. I'm limited to 3 minutes, which I'm totally fine with, but the presenters get ample time on top of time to the point that if they think, they have the chance to actually think if they want to add more to what they've already said. So they don't have a lack of time, so maybe we want to limit them to 10 minutes. I'm not sure, but I also think we may want to possibly look at rearranging some of the things. So maybe the presentations go later. They don't necessarily, they're investing possibly in the area, but they don't live here. So as soon as they get their portion done, they're out the door. And those of us who are committed to hearing everything that you all are discussing, we're here until 8, 9, or whatever that time is. And once they get what they need from us, they exit. So maybe we make them wait a little bit longer during the meeting time. And then maybe move new business and public comment up a little bit more in the agenda. I also just wanted to acknowledge Councilwoman Robinson and Councilwoman Hawkins. I don't live on Tyson Street. I live in a subdivision that probably would not be on the list for some of that construction that's being discussed, but I do appreciate the advocacy that I heard from you all, and also Councilwoman Dr. Harrell for this council, from the council about those who are on Tyson Street. So that's it.
Thank you. Next up is the consent agenda. Councilwoman Hawkins,
Yes, with regards to the consent agenda, I wanted clarity on item number 2, budget amendment, and it has 2025-26-7. Can somebody please provide clarification for me and also ensure that our public gets clarification and understands what this item entails?
Yes, ma'am. I would ask our finance director, Ms. Manning, to come forward and to go over that budget amendment.
You just want clarity on why it had the -7 or the year?
The budget amendment itself, can you please provide clarity as to what the amendment is to the budget? Per our last budget meeting, we were at a balanced budget. There was no proposal. There was no amendments, and if there was, can you help me to recall what it was, as well as clarification on the years?
Councilwoman Hawkins, this is the last budget amendment for this current fiscal year, 25-26, that we're in. So this is an end of the fiscal year budget amendment, the last one. This will be the 7th one we've done this current budget year. This does not affect 26-27.
Thank you, that provides clarity because it says 26-27. It says 2025-2026-27.
So it's 2025-26, that's the budget year.
Okay.
And then -7, that's it'll be the 7th amendment.
So that 7th would have been more clear if it was in maybe a parenthesis.
Okay.
To clarify, it's the 7th one.
Okay.
But looking at it, and I spoke to a lot of citizens, they didn't know what it was. So that does clarify.
We'll be glad to try to make it clearer in the future for budget amendments.
Thank you. And also the details of that budget amendment, where can that be found? Because I did not see it in the packet.
It is in your agenda abstract, and then the actual budget amendment itself is attached behind that, and I will let Ms. Manning go over the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
So this final budget amendment, typically each year, we kind of wrap up everything and look over our revenue and expenditures and kind of see where we stand. So the first item is mainly looking at the revenues and seeing where we stood and kind of estimating where we think we'll be by June 30th. So we increased our current year tax revenue by 120, our prior year tax by 17,000. There's an increase to property taxes, vehicle property taxes by 30,000. Let's see, heavy equipment tax by 10,000. Our local option sales tax, 150,000, and our beer and wine excise tax by 8,700. And that's mainly covering the revenues. So that'll increase our fund balance, appropriation, budget. The second item decreases the school resource office grant proceeds, and that was due to a couple of the resource officers being out for a certain amount of time. Increased asset forfeiture funds that we received by 39,000. That's what we received this year.
Jessica, if I could just, I don't know if everybody's there, but it's page 121 of the agenda packet is the actual explanation in the abstract. Sorry about that.
We have a few small items on the third item. Increase in site plan construction review by 5,500 and decrease in building inspections by 18,000. And our EMS reimbursement budget by 5,000 and police event pay by 23,400. For the fourth item, this is due to where we talked about purchasing the police fire radios. This accounts for the grant that we received. So that was the 510, so we're moving that money. We're reducing the debt service proceeds line item by the 765,000, and we'll be taking 255,000 out of fund balance, put towards the purchase of those radios. The fifth item, the fire department truck was in an accident and it was totaled, so this accounts for the check that we received for 65,000 for the reimbursement for that vehicle. The sixth item will increase the Mill Street sidewalk project line item, and this is 25,100, and that's for our local match toward the project. The seventh line item decreases, I won't go through every single line, but it decreases various salaries and wages line items and the respective payroll line items that go with that, just for the year end to true that up. The eighth item increases PAL bill distribution revenue budget by 7,100. The ninth item, it decreases electric sales budget by 385,000 and electric sales tax by 10,000. And this is due to the power cost adjustment. Since that was reduced, we will have to reduce that line item because we will not be bringing in the same amount of revenue that we were expecting. The electric purchase for resale is increasing by 260,000, and that's accounting for still covering the increased cost of the electric cost. The 10th item trues up the debt proceeds line item for the small amount of differences that were financed when we budget for it. Sometimes we don't know exactly what a piece of equipment is gonna cost. And the 11th item addresses the need to increase the respective capital reserve accounts for funds that were collected for the fiscal year. For recreation, 12,715, electric, 67,000, water, 55,800, and sewer, 107,500. And the last item is increasing asset forfeiture by 43,980, and that's to cover some police expenditures that they're expecting to use out of their asset forfeiture line item.
I did wanted to note one thing, if I could. The salary line items that Jessica referenced, I just want to point out that they're decreases, not increases. I realize salaries are something that people see the word and they're like, oh gosh, what's going on? But these are due to vacancies, these are due to a variety of things, but it's a decrease, so I just wanted to point that out. So for the public, this is included in the full agenda packet, which is posted on our website, and it is pages 120, 121, and the actual amendment itself is on page 122, 123. So.
Finish? So I have a question. So I thank you for sharing those details. Is there any reason why, I know we are getting to the middle of June, and I know the new budget is proposed to begin July. Is there any reason why all of this information was provided now, tonight, as opposed to the budget meeting?
So we normally do the last amendment of a fiscal year in the last regular meeting of the year.
Thank you. That was my question. And then when we say it's a decrease in the budget amount of $411,223, this is then going back into the general fund. Please explain that to me. Where is the $411,223 in decrease in the budget? Where will those funds that were projected to be used or in the budget to be used but now decrease, what happens with that monies?
So that amount that you just stated is the amount of total effect overall. So we're estimating for the general fund to put $750,000 back into fund balance in the general fund.
For the upcoming budget, for
it's all this year.
For year end.
Okay, so again, that's my question. You said say what you said again, the
765,000.
will be put back in.
Excuse me, 750,000.
Thank you. Will be put back into the general fund.
Estimated.
And as we go into thinking about the new budget, where is that money gonna be? Like, is it in, I would like to know, where is it? If it's gonna be put back in the general fund for this budget year, what happens when we get to the next budget year? Does it go over? What happens? That's my question.
Yes, it'll roll over to the next fiscal year.
That's what I needed clarification on. So $750,000 will go over to the new budget.
Well, this is estimated. This doesn't include, any audit adjustments or year-end entries. This is just what we're estimating.
It'll stay in fund balance. We've already estimated and going to ask you all to approve tonight how much we will take out of general fund balance appropriation as well as retained earnings across all the funds. So if we put, let's just say 750, the audit will true that up. But if 750 goes back in the general fund, then that's where it stays until such time as council appropriates it to be spent on something.
Thank you. But it goes back into the general fund, and then ultimately it is allocated or appropriated into a variety of the different departments or whatever is needed.
It just stays in, the fund balance appropriation or the fund balance account is sort of like some's restricted, some's not restricted. It goes into the unrestricted, Jessica.
Yes.
And it stays there until such time as it's needed, because we have already estimated and recommended how much fund balance we would need, as well as the retained earnings for the other funds.
Thank you. But again, if it's needed and if it's not restricted, it can be utilized.
Yes.
Okay.
But it would take, obviously, the vote of council.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification and clarity to anybody who had a question with regards to all of those numbers and amounts and such. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved. Move to approve.
Okay. Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Robinson. All in favor, vote by saying aye. No, I'm sorry. Ooh. Lord, use your clicker. Yeah, yes, motion passed. Thank you. All right, there's no old business. All right, to new business, fiscal year 2026, 2027, budget ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It is that time, hopefully, after we've had many meetings and a lot of discussion and a lot of back and forth, staff presents the budget ordinance, which is the actual document that council has to approve in order to approve the fiscal year 26-27 budget. So you have that before you. It is broken down in the various funds by both revenues and expenditures. So you'll see the departments, the revenues that come in, and then the departments that are funded, as well as the enterprise funds. And then section 17 goes through and it talks about our valuation numbers and what we estimate to collect, the actual percentage, what our tax rate is, which is 45 cents per $100 valuation. There's been some conversation out in the public, I believe, that there was a tax increase. There's not. It's the same tax rate as is in this current fiscal year 25-26. And so with that says, we present it and ask that council approve this budget ordinance.
Move for approval of our 2026, 2027 budget ordinance.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Have a motion, do I have a second on approval of the 2026 budget ordinance?
I will second it. Yes.
Have a second by Councilman Moy. Any discussion? If no discussion, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Thank you. I was trying to give somebody else a chance, but let me just say that I do have a few questions with regards to the budget. And my question first will go to Town Manager Parker with regards to Parks and Recreation.
Yes, ma'am.
During the budget meeting, I asked a question in terms of the $1.8 million budget for Parks and Recreation. And when I looked at the line items, I saw Cal Ripken baseball, I saw T-ball, I saw adult baseball, I believe I saw football. And my question was, how is the $1.8 million for Parks and Recreation, how does this reach all residents, all people, because what I can see is baseball and maybe football, and I know there's cheerleading and other things that Parks and Recreations support, but people are paying for those activities. So I would like to know what programs in Park and Recreations are accessible to our senior residents, to residents who are disabled, and to a variety of residents, and how is the programs distributed equitably across the town?
Okay, I'm going to do my best to address all of those, and please, if I miss something, let me know. So there is an expenditure outline, if you will, contained in the proposed budget, and it lays out where all of the expenses go. So to answer the question, the actual total budget covers, as you can imagine, salaries and then benefits for the employees, and that includes all of the part-time employees. And then the programs that are denoted here are the programs that have been in place for some time, but I know that Parks and Rec is actively looking to try to expand programs as best they can with personnel they have. So there is a senior citizen program currently, a senior drop-in program. I know that they're looking at other things to add to the offerings in terms of, but what's also included in this is monies for the upkeep of all of the park facilities. So I would say that that is where, between the programs and the park facilities, that's where the offerings are extended to everyone, not only who lives in Winterville, but who comes and utilizes the facilities even from outside the jurisdiction. So that's sort of a generalized answer, and I'd be happy to try to delve into it specifically if you have an area that is.
So, thank you, Town Manager Parker.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked this during the last budget meeting, and Assistant Town Manager Bowers explained some line items, but for other departments. Specifically for Parks and Recreations, I did not hear any clarity or direction in terms of what amount of this monies. I know you said salaries, upkeep of park. I've had questions with regards to inspections. I've had questions with regards to things that are needed in the park.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is my hopes that these things are happening or will happen with more consistency, as opposed to me seeing things and bringing it before the council, which I should, but I'm thinking if we have a Parks and Recreation department that are doing inspections, that they would see this prior to me seeing it. I did not hear anything with regards to our disabled residents, and I have a percentage of our population that are disabled. And so I'm going to get that and bring that up in a moment. 1 out of 10 of our residents have a disability. And so how do we, in Parks and Recreation, make space for them? I know we have a senior drop-in program, but how is that related to seniors and activities and recreation? That's my question.
So you asked, and I know Diane's standing up at the podium, the town did receive, and we are in the midst of going through an accessibility study at the parks to try to make sure that everything that we have in terms of facilities will be, that's at Winterville Recreation Park, right?
Yes.
And then we're following up for a grant for Hillcrest.
Yes.
So to make sure that the parks are accessible, first of all, and that they meet all of the accessibility guidelines. And I think then once that's done, we'll have a better sense of what we're able to offer based on the fact that we've upgraded what we need to for disabled participants. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to be able to offer different programs as well. So one of the things that staff and I have talked about is not just with seniors who may have a disability, but even with possibly teen programming. I know you have mentioned that in the past, but even reaching out to senior centers, because we are open for everybody to come and participate. So even reaching out to some of the senior centers to see, you know, what type of activities that, you know, somebody may want to be able to do in Winterville. Same thing with the teen programming, you know, once school gets ready to start, especially like open house, maybe having a QR code to where teens are able to, you know, scan the QR code and just let us know what type of programs they want to see in Winterville.
Do you have a time frame of when that will take place, when you will be researching and getting information back and putting things of that nature in place? Is it this year? Is it in 6 months? How does that work?
So the goal is to be able to have something when school starts back, like open house, to have a QR code so that way we can get the information then, because that's when you have all the parents, all the students coming back, especially at the local schools. You know, I'm gonna reach out to South Central High School, A.G. Cox, since they're the local middle school and high school, to see what kind of activities. Same thing during the summertime, we're gonna reach out to some of the local senior centers as well. And then also we talk with our seniors that participate in our programs, just to ask of, you know, what type of activities they would like to see.
I would love that. We currently have about 2,500 children here in Winterville. And, you know, we need to expand things for them. Recreation, you know, like baseball has been the foundation of sports in our country. I'm not against baseball, but we must expand for our children here. And we need to do it sooner than later. We also have 750 veterans with disabilities. How do we work with them? What do we do? Because when we think about the general fund is from everybody. So we have to be able to provide programs and recreation for everybody. And so I appreciate knowing that these things are going to happen sooner than later, because we know we've been talking about a multi-purpose center, which was initially a community center, now turned into almost like a business center, a multi-purpose center. But we want to ensure that we have a variety of recreation and programs to suit the variety and the diverse community that we have. So that was my question, and thank you for answering that question with regards to Parks and Recreation. I also have a question with regards to the police department, the funding of $1.3 million for 2 vehicles in Uplift. And I know Uplift is the lights, maybe the technology, but I can't not wrap my mind around 1.3 million for 2 vehicles. Is it 700? Is it 650? 650,000 per vehicle? How does that work? Can somebody please explain?
If I may, I think the 1.3 is for the squad for the fire department. The 1.3 million was for the new fire truck.
Not police.
The police had 2 new vehicles. One was a truck, and then the other one was.
They're both
trucks, but they were more along the standard cost.
And that cost is $120,000.
Thank you, that sounds
$574.
$120,574.
$74.
Thank you for that clarity, and that is why we are able, and I'm glad I'm able to ask questions.
I'm definitely glad you asked that question, because I wouldn't want anybody,
Yeah, because I couldn't wrap my
Right, right.
mind around
I
that.
I wouldn't have been able to either.
Thank you. And so the 120,000 for 2 vehicles and uplift, is that for uplift too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. And then for, I see another, well, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, another item of $795,000 for facility upgrades and modernization or facility repairs. Is that correct? Because I want to make sure that I'm clear on what is being voted on.
Anthony, do you know what that is?
Most of it was, the roof on the fire department was the big part of it. We also had a barn in the recreation department that needs to be replaced.
And that's $60,000 for a barn or a storage for
The barn,
$60,000?
the budget for the barn was 200,000. It's not, it's a big shop.
Yes.
Shop.
How much?
200
$200,000 for the barn?
for the shop, yes, ma'am.
Is to update it or to get a new one?
A new one, that would be a new one.
And do y'all have any storage units that's $60,000? I would have to have brought my book in here and gone through again. I just want to be clear what I read.
I think what can be confusing in the,
I could barely read it.
well, what can be confusing in the way these notes are laid out in the system is that the footnote amount, the money comes first, and then what it's for is second. So I believe storage barns were 15,000.
Yeah, that was for a small one to
Right.
kind of use in the meantime while.
So then there's 60,000 for HVAC replacement, which we've been battling now for multiple years, and that's at the library, op center. It's across all the buildings. And then the next 60,000 is for flooring at the public safety building. So again, and I'm glad we're talking about this, when you look at the notes and the way our system does our notations, the monetary figures first, and then what it's for actually is underneath.
Okay. Thank you.
Rather than the reverse.
Thank you. I don't know if we can compose or get the next budget to get something more where you can actually see what you're reading, because it is very difficult to read every one of those line items, as you just shared, but also 300,000 for the roof of this building, 100.
Police fire rescue facility.
Yes.
That's 300,000.
Yes, ma'am.
What is this one? Because this being a roof being.
This one was removed. We didn't have,
We
we
didn't have enough
removed it to balance the budget.
And $10,000 for police evidence room expansion.
I
think that's the 55,000.
Yeah, it's 55,000.
So that's 55. See, okay, so either I'm reading wrong, or I'm seeing wrong, or I was given a different version of the budget. But I think that, I don't know if I was reading the wrong one or not, but that is what I saw. Y'all said 50,000 for the expansion.
55.
55,000. How does that look? What, 55,000, how is that being expanded?
It's being expanded. The plan is to expand it from its current location out into the Sally Port.
Can you explain Sally Port?
I think Lieutenant Hamilton could
It
probably
doesn't
do a
actually
better
change the
job.
footprint of the building, but there's a,
Right.
if you're going down Main Street, there's a garage door, a roll-up door. So they'll be expanding inside that area.
I mean, I know what it is, but you might can do a better job.
So if you come in to the police department on Main Street, you look to your right, there is a single garage roll-up door. On the back side of that, we are taking our current footprint of our evidence room, which is from the floor to the ceiling full right now. It is, I think, 13 by 16 foot. We're actually expanding that by 130%, I believe. We're going to take it and go completely across the width of that sally port, cut a hole into the wall there, put another access gate so that we could further align with the League of Municipalities risk assessment. So it's one of their suggestions that we had to have separate storage for money, drugs, and jewelry. In order to get that league assessment done, this is with their suggestions. We're also working with the League of Municipalities for grant funding that'll start kicking off in August. So hopefully we can kind of mitigate some of that cost. But for right now, we're looking at expanding it completely across the width of the Sally Port. I think it's 18 feet by 10 feet or 12 feet, and then raising the ceiling up higher in there. And then hopefully at that point, helping with the HVAC system and the way the airflow goes to that building as well.
It's desperately needed because that is a very small space, comparatively speaking, currently, and so there's a desperate need for better ventilation when there are drugs that have a potent smell housed in the evidence room, to try to get some of that out and to also meet the criteria of the risk assessment.
Quick question, and I do understand, you know, expansion. How long do you have to hold that evidence before you can destroy it?
Until disposition of the case. So in some cases, we have to have a court order to dispose of any of it. So in some of these cases that are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years out, even longer, we are holding on to that evidence until it goes to trial, until there is a verdict in trial, and then we have to have a disposition from the court system to say that we can destroy it or what we can do with it.
So this expanded space will help with all
Oh,
the
yeah.
things that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
told us.
We're overrun right now. We're trying to figure out ways to store our stuff as it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm asking these questions because I was asking about line items during the budget, and the animal control monies.
May I step over to show you
Sure.
something on what we were talking about
Sure.
on the evidence room?
Excuse us.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, while they're doing that, can I make a recommendation?
Well, we got a budget, I mean, you got a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
We got a motion, there's still a motion on the
Gotcha.
floor.
I just want to have a discussion. real quick.
Huh?
I second the motion. Made a second, right?
Yeah.
Still got a motion in a second, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And this is in consideration with this motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
those-
you.
Oh,
All right.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. All right.
And again, as we sit here at 9:15 at night, and I'm asking about line items, these line items are just as important as any other item that was mentioned tonight. So I just want to be clear that I don't want to feel like I'm doing anything out of the ordinary. What would be out of the ordinary is voting on a budget that you're not clear about. That would be out of the ordinary. My last question is, we had several budget meetings, and I know there was a special call meeting for the multipurpose center, which went into a phase 2, where they will be looking at the information or feedback from people that gave them feedback at 2 or 3 different times during the Watermelon Festival. I would like to know why not a dime, not 1 penny went towards the multipurpose center, whether we're getting feedback from people or not. How are we ever going to get it when we have 10,000 put in the budget for it a few years ago and $50,000 on hold whenever we get out of the hole. So that's just my question. And again, our youth have nowhere to go. In terms of parks and recreation, they're out in the sun. There's no covering, there's nothing. They're in inclement weather. And perhaps prospectively, we can open up the community room because there's nowhere for them to go. So for us to have a budget and make budgets and make amends and things and upgrades and not have a dime for the multi-purpose or community center or whatever we are calling it for our youth, for our elderly, for our citizens, that is very concerning to me. So I wanted to share that. And I probably have more questions, but I'm going to digress at this time.
Councilwoman Harold, you said you had.
Yeah, so I would just like for us as a council to establish a quarterly budget review so that we can make sure that we are answering questions along the way instead of when we're here, right here to the 9th hour having to approve a budget, and just making sure everyone feels comfortable and just having a quarterly budget review, and then also maybe looking into like a multi-year financial forecast that allow us to evaluate upcoming rates and things of that nature. Just more so of strategic planning beyond a single fiscal year, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Well, we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the budget ordinance for.
And I've got something to say.
Yes, ma'am.
We've spent 3-4 nights here working on this budget for our community. We've had the opportunity to examine all the expenditures, whether it was on the computer, sent to us through email, paper. It was given to our citizens in the form of being available at Town Hall, being available through the internet, also at the library. I've gone to the library in years past and examined our budget. So here we are now at the 9th hour, and we are saying that we haven't had an opportunity to study this budget. I totally disagree. I feel that we've been given an ample opportunity to examine it, to look at it. We know that we need to look at rates. We know that we need to look at a strategic plan. We know that there are lots of things that we need to look at. Yes, we do need to look at our multi-purpose building. But at this point in time, we are at a certain stage of looking at it. We're farther along than we've ever been in the past. And that is why I have made the motion, and I support the motion to adopt this budget ordinance.
Thank you. If you could use your clickers, please. Yes, yes. The abstain means a.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
An abstention would be essentially would be counted as a vote in favor.
That's fine. That
Okay,
is fine.
I just want to make sure.
And once the vote goes through, I want to explain why
all right, well.
I abstain. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, Mayor.
Yeah, let me, hold on, all right. The motion carries, three votes to 1 no and 1 abstain. So the motion carries.
It does carry. The minutes should reflect that one vote was an abstention, but in essence, it will be considered to be a yes vote.
Consider a yes vote, okay. Now, Councilwoman Smith.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. I would like to just state that my no vote is not a reflection upon the staff or any of the time, the effort, the cuts that you made, the time that you spent with us in the 3 budget sessions, but instead it's a reflection of what I believe is a lack of, I can't think of the word to say. I think that as a council, we need to look at our fee structures. We know that many of our departments were having to borrow. Last year, we had to borrow $1.8 million from our general fund. This year, it's $2,350,000 and $350,052. This is something we need to do the hard work. Every department made cuts. There were 4.5 positions that had been requested that were removed from the budget. There were all kinds of changes that were made. One area that didn't make a change was this council. A motion was made. I made it. I'll own it, to reduce the amount of money spent on travel, miles, and meals, and it failed for the lack of a second. We didn't make any cuts in our budget. And again, it's not reflective of staff or the effort that's put in or anything else, but I think we need to do some hard work and evaluate so that our town has sustainability.
Okay, Councilwoman Hawkins, you want to?
Yes, so I'm well aware what abstain means. I know that, and for the public, it means that it's going to go through. It's going to go through as a yes, but for me, I am not totally comfortable with a yes, so I'm abstaining. I'm not comfortable with a no. So some things are duly needed in the budget because it provides service to our town. But then again, if I want to talk about a community center and a multi-purpose center and no money going towards it, I can do that. That's my right to do. If I have questions about other line items, and again, that me and the town manager had to look at with a paper outlining it, I don't care if it was presented 1,000 times. If you can't see it, you can't see it. And when you ask questions, if it is seen as an offense, then you veer back from asking questions. And tonight, before a vote, I had a right to ask questions. And so it is my vote to abstain. I'm not totally against, I'm not totally for, but I have abstained, and that is my right. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Trying to get the time. All right. Next up is Southbrook Phase 3 preliminary plat.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. So we do have Southbrook Phase 3 preliminary plat. This is the third and final preliminary plat for Southbrook. Southbrook is located off of Church Street Extension, which goes north to south here, and Lori Ellis Road, east to west here. Phase 3 is right here where this red star is located, closer to the Church Street Extension side. Applicant is Stocks Engineering in Southbrook, NC LLC. Again, this is within the Southbrook subdivision on closer to the Church Street Extension side. This is 7.47 acres of the total 245 acre subdivision. This will feature 54 townhomes in 10 buildings. It'll include 20 guest or overflow parking spaces, a mail kiosk, and there's 2 ingress and egress points through Middle Crest Drive and Timber Green Drive. As you see right here, you have Timber Green Drive going into Phase 3 here, Middle Crest Drive going here. This is Phase 3. We're going to zoom in just a little bit here just to show again where this phase is. We rezoned it a few months ago to allow for this single family attached. Staff does recommend approval of Southbrook Phase 3 preliminary plat as it has been reviewed and approved by the Winterville Technical Review Committee. Of course, if approved, required construction drawings and eventually a final plat would come before you guys. Planning and Zoning did unanimously recommend approval at their May meeting. Are there any questions for staff?
Y'all have any questions? No, could I get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the Southbrook Phase 3 preliminary plat.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Motion made by Dr. Harrell, second by Councilman Moy to approve the Southbrook Phase Phase 3 preliminary plat. Any discussion? If none, use your clicker, please.
Gotta vote it.
Motion carried 4-1. Councilwoman Hawkins voting no. Okay, next up.
Next, we have the Willow Green preliminary plat. This was more commonly referred to as a Stella Little during the rezone, and just to kind of give you guys an understanding where we're discussing. So this is located off of Reedy Branch Road, going north to south here, and Davenport Farm Road going east to west here. You've got Pitt Community College just to the north of this site, and Sam's Club right here adjacent to the site as well. The applicant here is Art Consulting Group and the Lennar Corporation. Again, this is in the northeastern corner of Reedy Branch Road and Davenport Farm Road, just adjacent to Pitt Community College and Sam's Club. This is a 25.055 acre site that'll feature 74 single-family detached lots. There's a 70-foot wide dedication that could allow Dr. Fulford Road to be extended to Reedy Branch Road in the future, should that be desired. And I just wanted to go back to the aerial really briefly just to show kind of it's on the northernmost part of this site right here. Over 8 acres are being dedicated as open space. There was a conditional zoning for this in which 10% of the site was required for open space. That would equate to 2.5 acres of open space. So they exceeded that considerably for the 8 acres. They also have a mail kiosk, and there's 2 forms of ingress and egress, one on Reedy Branch Road, one on Davenport Farm Road. Here goes an image of the plat itself. So this right here is Davenport Farm Road, and this is the entrance off of Davenport Farm Road. So this is the intersection right here of Davenport Farm Road and Reedy Branch Road. This is the church right here on the hard corner. And as you see, the subdivision itself connects to Reedy Branch here and all the way through to Davenport Farm here. You see there's homes within the subdivision, also a 70-foot wide dedication right here should Dr. Fulford Road ever be extended. And I do want to point out the large open space right here. There's a lot of existing trees right here, so it'll create a nice little buffer between the existing homes and the Sam's Club commercial area. Staff does recommend approval of the Willow Green preliminary plat as it has been reviewed and received technical review approval. If approved, of course, construction drawings will be required and then eventually a final plat. Planning and Zoning Board did unanimously recommend approval at their May meeting. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Go back to the diagram.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be, by Fulford Road, there will be 2 roads there, Fulford Road and, right there to the end, was Reedy Branch, I think. Right in there, there's 2 roads.
So this subdivision is going to construct a road right here that will allow them access into the subdivision. This road right here one day may become a portion of Dr. Fulford Road should Dr. Fulford Road ever be extended. So
But that's the
essentially,
space that they're leaving.
yes, ma'am.
Well, what about the church?
Yes, sir.
Is it a buffer between them and the church?
There is no required buffer between single-family residential and church.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me take that back. With single-family residential coming afterwards, there's no required buffer for this developer to buffer against the church. There may be a required buffer if the church came afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the Southbrook Phase 3 preliminary plat.
We already done that.
Well, agree. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking right at it and then I moved from it because I had another question. Okay?
You right at the bottom.
Huh?
You're right at the bottom on page 135.
Yeah, the abstract
The
has
abstract has what you were just saying, but that's not
has
what
a
we-
mistake.
that's
But
not
we
what
are
voted.
discussing the Willow Green.
Okay,
discussing the
so,
Willow Green.
what I was reading was right. but I was dead wrong. So I'm back up again.
All right.
All right. Again, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Willow Green preliminary plat.
Okay.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell to approve the Willow Green preliminary plat. Is there any discussion? If none, please use your clickers, please.
Thank you.
Motion approves 4-1. Councilwoman Hawkins voting no. Next up is Ron.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm requesting permission to purchase 6,000 feet of 750 MCM underground cable. This is going to be used for our territory expansion into the Southbrook subdivision.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Robinson and Councilwoman Smith to purchase, to approve purchase of electrical cable. Any discussion? Yes, yes.
This electrical cable is going to
Ron.
be used for the Southbrook development that we
Yep.
just previously voted on? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. If there's no other, can you use your clicker, please? Motion approved, 4-1. Councilwoman Hawkins is voting no. Board of Adjustment appointments. Chair, can you, the Board of Adjustment?
Well,
DOA?
I was looking for Stephen, but I guess, let's see,
Oh, wait.
as we go at the end of the year, it is time to look at appointments for all of our boards. And as you see here, Board of Adjustment has 3 seats that expire at the end of this month. It's made up of 5 regular members, 4 in town, and 1 ETJ member. There is also 1 in-town alternate as well as an ETJ alternate. The following seats are set to expire. Mr. Garrett Killian. Mr. Killian's interested in continuing to serve. There is a current vacancy, but we do have an alternate that could move up. Then we have a third in town. Let's see, trying to read these notes. Regular in-town seat 2 is vacant, was served by Mr. Brian Miller. Here comes Stephen, hopefully he can help me. And then we have an alternate in-town seat, which is currently Mr. Johnson, who could move up to the regular seat. And then we also have an open ETJ seat, which I believe is appointed by the county, if I'm not mistaken.
I apologize.
Oh, we have applications on file from Mr. Dennis Bottoms, Keisha Adams, Council, Michael McFadden, and Dee Parker. And with that said, I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Stephen.
Yes, so we have 3 seats opening up, and one of them is an existing alternate member. If the town would like to consider that seat first.
And that is our normal course of business, is to move the alternate into a full-time seat.
Do we need a motion to reappoint Mr. Killian?
Well, we need a motion really to appoint the vacant number 2 seat first, right, Stephen?
Yes, we'll need a vote for both of them.
Okay.
We'll need one for Mr. Killian, we will need one for the regular seat number 2.
So how you said it, though,
Well,
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we reappoint Mr. Killian, who is willing to continue his term.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson to reappoint Mr. Killian to the Board of Adjustment. correct? All
That's
right.
correct.
Any discussion? All right, use your clicker to vote, please.
Do we have?
Oh,
Willie's working.
oh, I'm sorry. But for clarity, well, y'all waiting on it, but I'll wait to vote. It's unanimous for Mr. Killian. Now, I know you say we can move the alternate, but we don't have to move the alternate, right? Correct?
No, sir.
Right, I mean, you still can go to people that has applied for a seat. Right, and that person still could stay as an alternate,
Correct.
correct?
Absolutely,
Right,
or you
just-
could remove him all completely, yes, sir.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, I just wanted to make sure that we know that.
I will make sure that if I'm not mistaken, the alternate has been a consistent member and has been in attendance.
They have, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so I make a motion to appoint Devin Johnson to the second in-town seat on the Board of Adjustment.
I second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilman Moore to appoint Mr. Devin Johnson to the vacant seat, correct? On the Board of Adjustment. All right, any discussion? Will he get a slide? You can use your clickers now. Motion carried. Mr. Johnson is on the Board of Adjustment. All right.
You still have, you have the alternate.
Now we have the alternate, right. Hello?
So again, you have applications on file.
File, right.
as
Who do
listed.
y'all want to pick for alternate?
Oldest application is Michael McFadden.
You got, here you got Michael Ray McFadden. You have D. Parker. You have, well, Keisha Adams had, I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. Keisha Adams, counsel, and Dennis Bottoms, I'm sorry.
And then finally, Dr. Raymond James III.
Dr. Raymond James III.
Make a motion, I make a motion to appoint Keisha Adams counsel to the Board of Adjustments.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell to appoint Keisha Adams counsel as the alternate. Any discussion?
Wrong one.
Yeah.
Doc? Motion carried. Ms. Adams is counsel, Ms. Keisha Adams counsel is our alternate.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Excuse me. Next up is Recreation Advisory.
Good evening. The Recreation Advisory Board currently has 3 Recreation Advisory Board members who are interested in serving another term on the Recreation Board. The 3 are Carolyn, who goes by CJ Wanchek, Anthony Yoakum, and John Powell. There are currently additional applications on file in which applicants have indicated as the Recreation Advisory Board as their sole interest or a preference. The applicants who are town residents are as follows: Chanel Flowers, Michael McFadden, Mary Yu, Dee Parker, Keisha Council, and Amy Allen. Staff would like to recommend reappointing the current 3 to the Recreation Advisory Board for another term.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith. Any discussion? Well, I'm gonna just put my 2 cents in there. I think, I'm glad these people want to continue to serve, but also too, we ask people to put in applications. I think we need to look at some of these people also, because these people have served some, and we want to get people that haven't served, give them a chance to serve. So, I mean, that was just my 2 cents, so. All right. You got your slide ready? Motion carried to appoint all 3. Thank you. Next up is Human Relations Board appointment.
Councilwoman Hawkins, would you like to go over the abstract, or would you like me to?
I can go over it.
Okay.
This abstract includes reappointing the following current Winterville Human Relations Board members for another term: Rashana Carmen and Deidre Gregory. There are currently additional applications on file in which applicants indicated Winterville Human Relations Board as either their sole interest or a preference. The applicants are Dee Parker and, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Amy Allen. And so I am recommending the reappointment of Rashana Carmen and Deidre Gregory at this time.
Okay.
Is that a motion, Councilwoman Hawkins?
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Rashana Carmen and Deidre Gregory.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Like I said before, we got people again, and we need to look at. But so we got a slide ready. Okay, you can vote, please. Motion carried. Rashana Carmen and Deidre Gregory, reappointed to Human Relations. All right. Next up is a temporary street closure market on the square.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Town Manager. With summer quickly approaching, we welcome back the Market on the Square Summer Series. This event is held in the grass lot just south of the Public Safety Building and has started to transfer over into the lot owned by Winterville Baptist Church. With that in mind, we see an increase in pedestrian traffic going across Church Street there with a need for traffic control. I'm asking that you keep that in mind and recommend that the council approve the temporary closing of Church Street in that section from Main Street to Cooper Street from the hours of 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. during that Market on the Square.
That date, I'm sorry, the date, did he say the date?
Yep, so the Market on the Square is the second Friday of each month for June, July, August, and September. So you have June 12th,
all right,
July 10th, August 14th, and September 11th.
That's what I want you to clear. Okay, all right.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, have a motion on the floor. Motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell. Any discussion? No discussions. Use your clickers to vote. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. Down to other agenda items, trash bin, rollback, curbside assistance, Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, I'm not going to be before you long. I appreciate anybody who's watching. I appreciate the citizens who are still here in the Town Assembly Hall. Winterville is home to more than 11,000 residents, including over 2,500 children, more than 1,600 seniors, approximately 750 veterans, and many residents living with disabilities. Effective governance requires us to consider policies that affect all segments of the community. Tonight, I am requesting that the town of Winterville review and consider adopting a formal policy regarding trash and recycle cart rollback, and as well as curbside assistance for the residents who are unable, due to disabilities, age, or physical limitation, to return their bins from the curb after collection. I know that at one point there was mention that if you are in need of someone pulling your trash out, they would pull your trash out for trash pickup days. I don't know if that was a set policy or just, part of just getting it accomplished. But I don't think there's a set policy. At this time, it does not appear that there's a defined policy addressing these issues. When bins remain at the curb for extended periods, it can create sanitation concerns, including attracting stray animals, namely cats, rodents, and other nuisance conditions, which impacts our neighborhood safety and public health. So I'm asking the town to consider establishing either a formal cart rollback service or a curbside assistance program, and a curbside assistance program for qualifying residents. So this is both a sanitation issue. When we're leaving trash bins out, they're thrown all over, trash is strewn all over. And I believe that we can do better. So that is the policy that I'm asking for tonight. And I can make a motion if that's needed.
Councilwoman Hawkins, I believe, and I'm looking at Mr. McGuffin, that GFL, our trash and recycle provider, already has a service that they will assist people in bringing their carts out after they're emptied and then taking the carts back. So we can get information out there to the public on how to sign up for that.
Thank you for that information. Part two of that, if there are residents who don't want the program, or just, so how does that work? If they're not interested in pulling it out, or once they pull it out, taking it in?
I was only referring to older citizens or disabled citizens, people who would qualify for that service.
Okay.
Obviously, the second part regarding a policy, if the town council would like us to look in putting one together, it would be separate and apart from the GFL program.
All right, so my understanding, GFL does have a program that will help assist older or disabled residents.
Yes,
which
ma'am,
is
you can apply
amazing.
for that service.
And they have to fill out
And-
an application?
Yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
just don't give it to anybody, you have to qualify. To Terry's point, disabled or elderly, folks that can't do it themselves. They usually contact Miss Kim, our office manager,
Mhm.
and she can get them in touch with GFL and send that information.
I'll work with Kim.
I'm sorry.
No.
No.
I was gonna say, I'll work with Kim to, so we can put something out to people who think they may qualify on how to do that.
And I was just gonna ask you, Councilwoman Hawkins, would you consider, if they leave their carts out, would you consider, if we picked them up, they would have to pay to get them back? Because if we had to go pick them up, get them out in the street, they should have to pay to get them back, correct? I'm asking if we trying to look at a way to prevent people from leaving them out. You see what I'm saying?
If council instructs staff to work on a policy, I will just say that without some type of enforcement policy, it will be difficult to enforce, but we can certainly bring back some options.
Right.
So if you could bring back some options, that would be good. And Mayor, when you propose that, I just needed a second or two to process before I answer.
Okay.
So,
I was just trying to throw something out. and
Yes.
See, because what you're saying is that the people will leaving the carts out and it becomes a nuisance, correct?
well, it becomes a nuisance and it's a sanitation concern.
Right, and that's what, and then that way you get them in the habit of making sure because if I got to pay to get it back.
So then when we talk about monetary punitive things, then we have to come up with a range. Is it feasible to get it back? And if they don't have their trash cans back, then they'll put their trash bags on the street, which would make it even worse. So that is why if you could come back with some additional options, that would be great.
Right.
But that is an option to consider.
Right.
It may be a wake-up call for them, and/or, as we had before, some sort of educational format, or maybe getting pamphlets out, I think could be also a good alternative. But leaving your trash out, there should be some policy against that. And Town Manager Parker, when will prospective options come back? Would that be the August?
I believe we can probably have something by the August meeting.
Thank you so much. And in the interim, I don't know what type of encouragement, we have animal control, but we don't have animal control. Can you help me with that?
And I think, yes, ma'am, but if I could also say that we can put out some encouraging, friendly reminders of people to pull their carts back to try to remind folks that that's the right thing to do in the meantime. I believe you were gonna, yes, and if that's okay with council, that would be great. We'll do that. I do believe, to digress a minute, you mentioned animal control, and I think you were gonna ask a budget question on that.
No, I know you said that it was not used due to the director of animal control not having a position or something or another, and it rolled back in. So I just want to know when that will be effective. And before that, Town Manager Parker, do we need to make a motion for you to go explore the options for the rollback, be it monetary, but we have to figure out a monetary amount? Do we need a motion for that?
I don't think I need a motion, as long as no one is dead set against it. I'll move forward with.
I'm not against it, but I do have a question. What role does our code enforcement officer play in said, looking at the trash bins and all of that?
Our code enforcement officer, which is Mr. Johnston, he is our building inspector, so he has his hands more than full with overgrown lots and minimum housing issues. So much like junk cars, which are farmed out to the police department, I don't know that code enforcement office specifically would be where this is housed. It may need to be, we'll look at what other places do, but it may need to be another department.
Thank you, Dr. Harrell, for bringing that up. I do think that should be a code enforcement, if that's part of the policy for enforcement. But just bringing that to your attention and awareness, that for that to be considered code enforcement.
Well, they're all code enforcement issues, but it's the manner with which. In other words, there are several management team members that their departments can enforce codes. So Evan is dubbed the actual code enforcement officer for the purposes of like I said, overgrown lots and minimum housing, dilapidated housing type issues. But we can certainly take a look at what other places do.
Thank you, because that does entail getting a fine after you had so many said. Okay, so that kind of ties into what we're going to be exploring.
Right, so like with junk vehicles, the police tag a junk vehicle, and if they don't remove it, then we remove it, and then they're, then the owners are responsible for paying the tow bill, et cetera. So, yes, we'll take a look at what other places do that have a.
Thank you. In the interim, any flyers you can get out, anything on our website.
Sure.
To just encourage people to do this on their own.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel we have good people in the community that, will do this with prompting.
Okay.
Where we at?
We are at number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Winterville traffic stops, more data to support CRB, Councilwoman Hawkins.
Yes, so I have been providing data since January with regards to traffic stops here in Winterville. I have been encouraging us to get a civilian review board, advisory review board, and then there was mention of NCLEA. There's not been a lot of feedback in terms of a civilian review advisory board. This is not punitive. This is watching. This is pulling up data and reports intermittently. I would also encourage that traffic stops be publicized. If traffic stops are publicized, then our law enforcement as well as those who are being stopped will know that the public has an eye on it. Again, I have data, I can pass it out, and I will pass it out, but this is specifically showing initial purpose of traffic stops from March 1st through April 30th for traffic stops by sex, race, and ethnicity, as well as stops where drivers and passengers were searched by sex, race, and ethnicity. And if you look at it, again, you have Black people stopped more than anybody else. And this is a disparity, whether they are residents or they're not residents. It is a red flag. We need to look at it. We need to discuss it as a council and see why. What you have here is 2026 versus 2025. When you look at 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, it has historically been happening without any education given with regards to these same stops: registration, equipment, investigation. And then what is happening is the same demographic is getting verbal warnings. That is concerning, and this is another reason why there should be a civilian review advisory board. Again, this is not about assigning any blame. This is about council's responsibility to ensure transparency, accountability, and consistency in policy oversight in terms of our public safety. Now, while our town has been labeled within the top 10 of safety via SafeWise, this is something that we recently moved to. But what I can say is unless and until you're on the other side of blue lights, right, and things happen and your car is searched and ransacked, and then you're told you can go ahead, you don't feel safe. So I'm asking the council to consider, a civilian advisory review board. It may seem repetitive, but it is not repetitive when it is this amount of disparity. It is rightfully being communicated. And as I shared, I've shared this January, February, March, April, May, and June, and very quiet. But other issues and concerns I bring up, there's lots of feedback, there's lots of deflecting and opposition. This is something for the oversight of the overall safety of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm sorry.
Each time, I know that Councilwoman Hawkins brings this up, and we listen to information and everything, but I think that we need to maybe entertain, would you make a motion about it so the council could vote on it or
Yes,
whatever?
I would like to make, I shared that several times, but I thought that it would be good for council to give some feedback. I kind of got some, pushback for it, but the facts are the facts. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion that town council compose a civilian review advisory board for the town of Winterville.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hawkins. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell that the town, I'm sorry, say it again. Implement a citizen review board, right?
Civilian Advisory Review Board.
Civilian.
Civilian Review Advisory Board.
Okay, Civilian Review Advisory Board.
It's better known as a CRB.
CRB, okay. All right. Any discussion?
I do have a few discussion questions. Basically, are we saying that this board is just advisory? They won't be doing any looking into, so they're advisory, and then also, I want us to understand how will the members be selected and trained, and what information can legally be shared under North Carolina law, Attorney Lassiter, and those are just my discussion questions.
Yes, so Dr. Harrell, I did share maybe about 2 months ago a packet with regards to CRB, what it is, what it entails. It is not punitive. There nobody pointing out, wrongs or rights. They're looking at data, they're looking at trends, and they're also making suggestions to change this disparity. And that is it. They meet periodically. They may meet 4 times a year, maybe once a season, and then look at the trends. Is it happening more in the summer? Is it happening more, various things. I do not have it in front of me, but the Civilian Review Advisory Board is a board that gets together and tracks traffic stops. What kind of traffic stops? Are there more people driving impaired? Are they running stop signs? And then what we can do as a town suggestively to improve this. We know that the town of Winterville has lots of traffic stops. And when you look at the data, it is disparities in this. So with a citizen review board, it will do nothing but improve the viewpoint on it, looking at it, and the board would be neutral. There would be no council persons or no persons who are, advocates, strong advocates one way or the other. It is just simply citizens here in Winterville who are selected to be on the board. And of course, there would be cycles with it, but we need some sort of board to look at it. I also highly suggest that this is public. This is from the State Bureau of Investigation. There are other formats that are tracking traffic stops in Winterville, including tracking I guess the car number or badge number, and there are trends in that aspect as well. So I am more than willing to bring back in August the same. I think I sent the document to Mayor Pro Tem Robertson, but it also went to the rest of the council, but I will resend it tomorrow, and it explains intricately the different facets of this board.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if the council approves tonight the formation of this board, I would think that staff will need to work on the creation documents for the board to identify the authority, how they're appointed, and very similar to our other boards, bring that back to council for their approval. So I would sort of see tonight would be the approval of the creation, and then we would need to bring sort of the foundation documents back for council's approval.
Anybody else? If not.
I
Oh,
have a couple
I'm sorry.
questions. So the statement was that staff, like, my question would be, what staff would compile this? How would oversight be handled? It was stated that it would be completely unbiased, no council member or any other staff member would be involved. I guess there's a lot of mights and mays and unclarity. Who are we giving this to develop?
And of course, we could, in any way council directs, I'm thinking the last board that we created, I think, was the Human Relations Board. And I think Terry started the process, and I got involved and helped her as we worked through that board. I think sort of the same idea, Terry and I would work on it. I'm assuming that the town manager would be okay with that, but
Certainly,
we'll work on it
I
together.
will work on whatever I'm directed to work on.
Sure, and there are legal parameters to composing this board. So what I have presented before had all of those intricacies that were just asked, and I can share it tomorrow. So this is not coming from any one person, but this is formulated through the Justice Department and what a civilian review board does, has, and is composed. So I will share that. And if anybody looks through their email, I shared it about 2 months ago, a packet, and I will be more than happy, and it can help in support and guidance of the composure of this.
I have it and be glad to help forward it if necessary.
All right, y'all got the slide together? Okay. If you could use your clickers, please. Three noes and 2 yes, so the Civilian Advisory Review Board failed. We'll move on.
Can I just say,
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, that everybody has a right to vote the way they vote. I'm just confused as to Mayor Pro Tem Robertson asking that a motion be made and then voting against it. I'm not clear on what was said to change your mind, but this was proposed in the spirit of transparency, accountability, and a civilian review board is needed, and I'm gonna bring it back up.
Each month, October, we discussed the civilian review board, but we've never, ever had a vote on it. And I felt that we needed to go either see if the council was in favor of it or against it. And that's why I proposed that we vote on it.
All right, thank you both. Next up is council member duties, representation, rights, and restriction, Councilwoman Hawkins.
And I want to apologize to people of Winterville for having to watch this meeting at after 10, but it is not because of me. It is because of the entire meeting. But what I would say is that as council, my right is to do just what I do every time I come before the board. Every time I come before the people. Article 1, Section 12 of North Carolina Constitution instructs, gives the citizens the right to instruct their representative, to receive concerns, and to bring it before the governing body. It gives your council the right to ask questions on your behalf, to request reports, to request reviews, and to oversee policies. And so that is what I do each month. It's after 10, and I'm quite tired in the body, but I'm not tired in the spirit. As a council person, under Section 160A, there are a variety of duties that we have. And if you don't know your duty, you don't know how to move forward with your duty, right? You're not standing on what you need to, and that is what I do. We have legislative authority, we have policy-making power, we have oversight of the town manager, we have a right to access of information, we have policy of oversight of the police department, we have budget authority, we have public meeting and speech rights, we have constituent representation, we have creation of advisory boards, and a lot of things. And if you do not articulate that, I'm not understanding why I would be up here if I'm not doing that. And so I'm going to continue to do that, and even the more. And thank you.
Thank you. Items for further agenda and further work sessions. Mayor Pro Tem Robinson, development of a strategic plan.
Well, all of these can be lumped together.
Okay.
And that would save a lot of time.
Right, okay.
All the ones that have my name.
Okay.
I started just brainstorming all the things that we had been putting off and saying that we would work on a work session with.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hoping that I'm getting, not getting a little discouraged about it, but I was hoping that we could do that during the time we have off. But it seems that it may not be a very good idea, but our list keeps growing of things that we need to do workshops on, and we need to find some time to do it. I don't know whether, was it a doodle poll?
Actually, if I may interject just to help along, I have a draft workshop calendar. This is just for discussion purposes. This is to get dates started, and I'd be glad to hand that out now. This is for 26 and 27, and it may go along with, it's once a quarter currently, but certainly it is open for discussion. Fingers aren't working. And I've got copies for staff as well, but it's just that I knew that we've been talking about dates, and it's just to get the conversation started with dates, so. And, I mean, tear it up, totally change it, whatever council's desire is.
May we take this home and refer to calendars and?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can we set a deadline for everybody to give responses on these dates?
And the plan, we might could envelop a budget, just update in some of these quarterly meetings. And as well, I think the idea moving forward in subsequent years is to include a quarterly workshop in our calendar of meetings. So when 27 calendar comes around in the beginning of the year, we would envelop the dates of the proposed workshops. Time comes, if we don't need the workshop, we can certainly cancel it. But Mayor Pro Tem, I mean, you make a good point, and it's been made by all of you up here. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot of things to address. So I tried to lean towards the end of the month, except for in December, because obviously that's a busy month. But again, it's for everyone's consideration.
Can everyone look at the calendars and send an email back by the 23rd of this month? Would that work for everybody, or do y'all need more time than the 23rd of this month?
I was actually thinking earlier than that, because, I mean, the first date proposed is
It's the
June
29th.
29th.
Right, but, yeah, but still, well, we can go early. Do anybody want to go early, or
The 23rd would work.
23rd?
And that's fine. We need 48 hours to
To put it out?
yes.
Right,
But actually, Keen, Well, yes, never mind.
This work, this 48 hours, because if you're talking the 29th,
Yeah.
you know, if you did the 23rd or,
I think the 23rd's fine in terms of.
23rd is a Tuesday. If we move it back to 22nd, because then the following Monday is the 29th.
Yeah, we just need 48 hours to post it.
Right.
So 23rd's fine,
23rd,
22nd's
everybody's
fine,
good
whenever
with-
council's.
Huh? Yeah, but now, we're trying
I'm
to,
just saying.
you need to let Terry know that this calendar is good for you by the 23rd,
Oh, the whole
the
calendar.
whole calendar, not just the 29th. You need to be looking, that's correct, right?
And so we're stating whether these dates work and maybe giving an alternative, or are we just saying that date doesn't work and leave it like that?
Oh,
Give
certainly, if
another-
you have an alternative suggestion for how these are held, any of the above.
That's what I'm saying, if we could get back with her so she would know.
23rd works for me.
Right. You look at this right here, see if these dates will work, or you give an alternative. Okay? Everybody clear on that? Okay.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to let you
No
know I've
problem.
been thinking about it.
Yeah, we haven't done anything.
All right.
Okay. And that takes us through 6 of those.
Well, and actually, I think a couple of these can be handled, some of the, what I might deem the smaller issues could be handled in the meeting, so.
Right.
And some of these topics are gonna take more than one meeting, so. And I know Councilwoman Hawkins said number 7.
Are we speaking of 7 too?
I think 7 could be included.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name down there. Yeah. I was confused, it's been a long, 7, I was like, 7 where, but I see it now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hawkins,
Yes,
Councilwoman
I
Hawkins.
mean, if you're agreeable to it,
Absolutely. I think it needs to take precedence than all of the others, because all of the others fall under ordinances, but we can roll them in, and the 23rd works for me too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sorry about that. Announcements.
Since Mr. Harvey, and I should have mentioned this in the beginning, Mr. Harvey's not with us this evening, he's under the weather. He has put together a list that's posted on the website for the public of announcements in the coming weeks, and there are a whole page full of them, so please let me know if you have any questions, but unless you all want me to go through each one of these bullets, I will not.
I'm gonna yield to Ms. Hawkins, Councilwoman Hawkins, you got a date on what, June 18th, right? I mean, June, no, yeah.
June 19th.
Yeah.
Thank you. The Winterville Human Relations Board will be hosting Juneteenth Movie in the Park with help and support from Winterville Parks and Recreation, as well as Winterville Police Department. It's going to be held in the Winterville Recreation Park, and the time would be sundown, which I believe is at 8:29 on June 19th. We suggest that the community come out. This is in commemoration of Juneteenth. We will speak briefly on that. There will be free popcorn, free hot dogs, free chips. Come bring your family. Come a little earlier so that you can get a good spot. It will be dancing, singing, and the community gathering together.
Thank you. We got coffee and conversation on the market and square with the police department. That's a change from coffee with the cops in the morning. We switching it over to coffee and conversations on June 12th.
And some cooler coffee.
Yeah, cooler coffee, yeah. Yeah, iced coffee at the market on the square. Also to the town hall will be closed on July 3rd in observance of.
June 19th.
And June 19th. Okay. All right. Huh?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Summer Bash.
Summer Bash.
Is upon us.
Yeah, Summer Bash is upon us. Let me make sure something else.
Summer Bash is, for all who are interested, is this
Right.
Saturday
Yeah, all right.
at 11 to 2 at the Winterville Recreation Park.
Right. And then also, keep in mind, for the board, remember that our meeting will be August the 3rd.
Right.
The first Monday, instead of the second Monday, at 6 o'clock here. And I think that kind of hit the highlights of what's going on. Okay. And like she said, the announcements are posted on.
They are on, in the agenda packet, posted on the website.
On the website. And, okay, all right. We'll start with Councilwoman Hawkins.
Okay, so I just want to thank our citizens for being here tonight, our residents. This has been one of the longest meetings outside of going into closed session. I just want to say that I'm not going to talk long, but I'm not here to be average. I'm here to be advantageous. And so while it looks different than it has ever been, it is what it is. And I am what I am, and I'm going to be that on behalf of the people here in Winterville. I just want to say that there's a climate going on right now in our country. And when you ignore these type of things, they only grow. They need to be addressed. They need to be looked at. And the Civilian Review Advisory Board was part of that. So I will continue to advocate for that. There is a vulnerable population who is on the other side of traffic stops, as well as other disparities in and throughout the country. That is Black people, that is women, that is the disabled, that is elderly. That is our youth and our teens, and we need somebody to continue to speak on their behalf. And as an educator, I'm a proud educator of over 20 years, and I'm not in competition with anybody except for myself under the sight of God. What I would like to say is congratulations to all of the graduates for 2026. I have students who are graduating from high school that I taught years ago, and even our kindergarten graduates. You are our future leaders. I want students to be safe this summer. I did have a question, and I'll ask you, Town Manager Parker, about summer job program after, or I'll email you tomorrow. Okay. And I would like for everyone to stay safe in the inclement weather. And I will see you around, and I'll see you in August, and I'll see you during Juneteenth. Thanks for entrusting me.
Councilman Moy.
Yes. I'd like to give thanks to our town manager. Glad to see her back here tonight. To all our department heads, I want to say thank you for a job that you have always have done for us here in this town that we consider a slice of good life. And I'd like to thank Mr. Lawson for the update on the stormwater situation that we're having, even though that, you know, what he talked about, he just give us a fair warning of what need to be done. And hopefully it won't take as long as he said that it would take. But at the end, I think it will be a great benefit to our community. All I have, and I hope and pray that everybody have a safe 4th of July. Yeah, 4th of July, because we will not meet in July. Next month will be July the 4th. It's our next, then you got Juneteenth, then you got 4th of July.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman Dr. Brandon O'Brien.
I'd just like to say thank you to our 3 residents that are still here. And We appreciate you and your time, and all the residents that were able to come, and everyone that is still watching. Thank you to our amazing staff, and our council, our town managers, and just everyone, and to all a good night.
Councilwoman Smith.
I'd like to also thank those residents who are willing to give their time and serve on our volunteer boards. I think some are here with us this evening. That's a gracious thing to give of your time. And so thank you to all of you who serve on our boards. Thank you to all staff as always, and a special recognition to Parks and Recreation staff, as this is a month to recognize you all, and please extend our thank you to all of the staff in Parks and Rec, and thank you for all the programming and all the efforts that you guys do. And then one last thing, Mr. Bowers, can I get just a really quick update on the downtown parking project? I know when we approved it, we were hoping like maybe before school started, the end of August. Where is that at?
Yes, ma'am. The work has actually already started. We've been working with the telecommunication companies to get items relocated. Unfortunately, it is going to have some interaction with our markets on the square, but we're going to try to do some things to try to keep it from interfering too much. We hope to see contracts have been approved. The council's approved the contract. Now we're in the process of getting everything signed and approved and final review for signatures and notice to proceed to be issued. We are still looking to, advance promptly, but we can't do anything until telecommunication items have been relocated. So that is in the process. If you ride by, you'll see a lot of fluorescent paint and a lot of markings. So we're working with the telecoms. Once that's moved, then we can move forward with the actual resurfacing and cutting out of the new parking spots, and then all the craziness that's going to go on down here for a little while.
There's always pain and growth and improvement.
That's correct. And it's just going to be temporary.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Robinson.
I'd like to echo everyone. Thanks to the employees of the town of Winterville. Our town couldn't function if it wasn't for you. Special thanks to those of you department heads and assistant town manager, planning, and everybody who worked on the budget. Got our budget ready for us. We are going to have our Juneteenth and 4th of July celebrations, so we'll be enjoying those. Also, thank the volunteers in our town and the people who are here tonight. We appreciate you. And just continue to pray that we'll do what we can do to build up our community.
Attorney Lassner.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have no report tonight per se. I just wish everybody a happy and safe summer, and see you in August. Thank you.
Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to wish everyone here a wonderful summer, and I hope everyone stays cool.
And to everybody that's listening, and the ones that still here, really again echo that we appreciate you. This town do not run without the citizens. Of course, you always hear me say, it's always about, we got to make decisions, and they're not easy decisions. They're decisions that are going to impact someone one way or the other, but those are decisions that we have to make. We was voted on to make decisions. Sometimes decisions, you can't put your feelings into it. You got to remember that you're bound by law on some of your decisions that you make. So with that being said, we've been here long enough. I want to thank everybody, to the council and staff and everyone else. I do wish you a happy 4th if I don't see you. Enjoy your 4th, enjoy your family. This time of the year it's one of them things. Of course, we done lost another family member, so keep the family in prayer. But God makes no mistakes. We're here today and we can be gone tomorrow. So with that being said, Can I get a,
I'd like to make a motion
all right,
that we adjourn.
okay, all right. Have a motion and a second. Motion made by Moore, second by Dr. Brandon Harrell. Use your clicker.
So much light.